1, 2. Good morning, all. It is 29 minutes past 9. We are just about to start. Please make sure that your devices are off or put your phones on silent if you need to work. All right, let's stand. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hassim. Good morning, Ms. van den Heever. Good morning, Mr. Matlala.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Commissioner.
Chair, Ms. van den Heever approached me not long ago with a request, which I have no problem with, but I think she should make the request to the Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Unfortunately, it is so that we as a team have been trying to catch up with all the new things we constantly been given by the Commission, I think since Friday almost. And we're still battling to catch up. Last night again we were given new things. Yesterday we were given new things. The day before. So all we need is an opportunity, in fairness to the client. It's not us as lawyers can sit here and say, oh, we're okay with it. We can go on because it's our job. We need to do this in the middle of the night. But the client needs to be given an opportunity to consult with us and ask us if he's got issues, discuss those issues with us. So that's all we need to do, is to deal with it. My learned friend and myself has had an off-the-record discussion also pertaining to a different issue. I am trying to solve that issue amicably amongst everybody, because I do not think it's the place or the forum to deal with certain issues in that regard. And I think that would also give me an opportunity to take an instruction on that, and maybe my learned friend can go back to her team and we can solve that particular issue also in everybody's favour. So I would request that we stand down for an hour, please. If we're done earlier, we're quite happy to let you know we're ready to proceed if we are done earlier.
I think you already said request you have no problem with. Do you want to say anything else?
No, Chair, it's up to you.
All right, thank you. We are agreeable to that, but we want to suggest, so that everybody is ready from now already, that if it becomes necessary, we may sit for an hour longer at the end of the day. Let's adjourn until 10:30.
Yes, sir.
Good morning again. It's 29 minutes past 10. Please make sure that your phones are on silent or switch your devices off. We are ready to resume. Please stand. Thank you.
Let's start.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Matlala.
Good morning.
I will be leading you through evidence today and questioning you on aspects of your statement and other evidence that's been led before the Commission thus far.
Does it work for you to please pull the mic closer to you, please?
Is this better, Chair?
Yeah. We have a few files in front of us. What should we have?
So, Chair, I think in addition to the file 1, but the file 1 being the regulation 10.6 notice, statement and annexure, that file, the file 10, and the relevance of file 10 is that Mr. Matlala's supplementary statement is contained in that file. That's what I'll be looking at there, now and then file 2, which is where the contents of the Senona bundle are included. Yes.
We have file 2.1, and the label is additional chats, Major General Senona. Is that what you're referring to?
There are two files. It's file 2 and file 2.1. And there's one more. And that's file 1B, and that is the ad hoc statement and transcripts.
Just to make sure we're looking at the right file. So file 2 is evidence bundle, witness C, Senona, witness I, Shibiri. Is that the two?
That's file 2.
Okay.
We'll be looking at the Senona part of it. Yeah, 1A, transcripts. Mr. Matlala, do you have those files?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Hassim, we're still trying to sort ourselves. Sure. Yeah.
Let's carry on.
Okay, Mr. Matlala, what I want to begin with is you recall on the 2nd of August, you provided us with a statement in response to the Regulation 10.6 notice, right? Right? Do you recall?
August,
Yes.
the first or the second statement.
Yes, the statement of the 2nd of August.
Is it the first one or the second one? I think I gave the first one in the supplementary statement.
The first one.
The first one.
So
So which file will it be in?
that will be in file 1, and the file is described Regulation 10.6 notice.
Yes, I have it.
You've got
Yes,
that, right?
yes.
So that was in response to the Regulation 10.6 notice that was sent to you on the 8th of June. You've already gone through parts of it with my colleague, Advocate Cele. You recall she took you paragraph by paragraph, comparing the questions in the notice to your answers. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Now, what I would like to turn to from that notice is the question that was put to you at 2.2. So 2.2 was requested you to explain your history and relationship with a list of law enforcement officials that were, the names were contained in Schedule A to that notice. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And then there was, under 2.2, there were 7 subsets of questions for you to answer, beginning with, you know, your knowledge of these individuals, your relationship with them, to describe the relationship, meetings, exchange of information, etc. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And then you responded on the 2nd of August. And again, you'd recall that when you testified here, you went through those responses in relation to several individuals, but not all of the individuals that were listed in Schedule A.
Yes.
Okay. So you were then requested to supplement your statement in respect of the remainder of the individuals. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And then you provided us with a supplementary statement over the weekend in which you dealt with question 2.2 again. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember.
So I just want to go to that supplementary statement then. And that's in file 10 of the file marked application for immunity. And your affidavit begins at page 3 of that file. Okay. Now, if you can turn specifically to page 13. Paragraph 68, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
And you say, I deal here under with each of the listed law enforcement officials set out in Schedule A, attached to the notice in terms of Regulation 10.6. And you say, insofar as it is relevant, you will refer to the subparagraphs, those questions that I was referring to in 2.2.1 and 2.2.7. Right?
Yes.
Now, if you just scroll down and page through the next couple of pages of this statement, page 14 and 15, you see there you deal with Minister Mkhwanazi, former Minister Cele, former General Pahlane, and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General Fani, and Major General Khan. And then my learned friend, I believe yesterday, raised a question with you about why General Sibiya was not included in
Yes, I
this
remember.
response. And then you had an exchange and there were questions in relation to General Sibiya. I'll come back to that at a later point. I'm not going there now. What I would like to put to you is that what you have omitted to address in these paragraphs is the response to Major General Senona. So
yes.
in both of the statements, you didn't provide a response to the Commission to the questions in 2.2 of the notice regarding Major General Senona. Why is that?
It is because I've had a consultation with the police, and then they served me with a document that says that they're investigating myself and General Senona.
In relation to what?
I don't know. Here is the document that I have, and I gave the copy to my legal counsel.
Have you provided that to us
Yes,
before?
I did. To my legal counsel, yes.
Because we've not seen any response from you on why it is you don't address the General Senona questions.
Yes, I didn't respond because of it was under investigation. So why it's not here in the affidavit, that I do not know, but I know the reason why I did not respond to it is because it's under investigation.
But what in particular is under investigation?
I think maybe if you can have the, I don't know if you have the copy of the document, or if you can.
I don't
Yes.
know what you're referring to.
Yes, here's the copy of the document here. I think you can check it yourself.
Okay. Do you have a copy of this document?
Yes.
The commissioners don't, so I would need to provide this to the commissioners as well. And we'll need to make copies for the commissioners.
It's okay, yes.
But for now, why don't you tell me in your own words what it is that's under investigation?
My contact with General Senona, so I wouldn't know what are they investigating. They just said corruption, a couple of things which I wouldn't know exactly which part are they going to concentrate on.
But corruption was specifically mentioned.
Yes, yes.
Chair, I'd have to look at this closely in order to establish exactly what the remit of this investigation is. But I hear you. You're saying that it's a subject of an investigation. I'm going to go through a series of questions with you with regard to General Senona. You can explain to us if there's any question you feel you need to assert your privilege against self-incrimination as we go through it. Do you understand?
It's okay.
Thank you. You have been provided with WhatsApp exchanges between you and General Senona, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've been provided with the statement of General Senona and transcripts of his evidence that have been provided to the Commission.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And have you read those documents?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. You also testified in the ad hoc committee about your relationship with Major General Senona, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So let's start at the beginning. You met General Senona at his wedding in Mamelodi in about 2018 or 2019, correct?
It's not Mamelodi, first of all. I think maybe there's a mistake.
Okay, so can you tell us then, when did you meet General Senona for the first time?
It was in Soshanguve, but like I said, Advocate Hassim, that this subject is under investigation, so I do not know what are they investigating. So
Is your meeting...
my relationship, sorry to interrupt you, I don't know if I can proceed or you want.
Please proceed.
Because I had an interview with the police, so those questions that you're asking me now, they also asked me. They came to CMEX to consult with me, and it's a good thing because of you are investigators. It's easy for you to verify that because they are the Madlanga tax team investigators. You can verify with them yourself that they've consulted with me.
There's no such thing as the Madlanga task team.
Tashkok commander. Tashkok.
Yes.
Okay, this investigation team, just tax team.
Right.
So yes, those same questions that you're asking me now, I've been asked about from when did I meet the first time when I met him, any gratifications, a lot of things they've asked me about, which I think I rather wait for them to see how far are they with their investigations.
So,
But those people were from SAPS.
Yes, I even know their names and
All right.
yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Matlala, you would have heard the exchanges we've had over the last few days regarding the assertion of your privilege against self-incrimination.
Yes.
And I understand that you wish to assert your rights, but it's not permissible for you to assert your rights against an entire category or entire subject matter. So there are some questions that I'm going to put to you that, although they are within the broad engagement of your relationship with General Senona, may not implicate you in any way. So you'll need to listen to my questions as I go through it and answer the questions as to the best of your ability, subject to your rights, of course. So the first question I'm asking you is, when did you meet General Senona? Your answer to that question, are you saying just by answering that question, you will be implicating yourself in a criminal offense?
Yes, I will, advocate. So that's why I'm choosing the right to remain silent, because the same question. So I don't mind you asking about General Senona, but I will refer to if this is questions which I was not asked by the investigators, it's okay. But those questions, I think they've got notes, and then you can verify with them, because, like I said, they are the police. They will tell you yes or not or no. But this, like the first question that you just asked me now is the question that they also asked me. When was the first time that I met with him? So I do not know why are they asking me that question. They might want to use it to build their case regarding that question. I don't know that. So I rather choose to remain silent because I do not know what is the intention of that question.
Just a moment, Ms. Hassim. Mr. Matlala, I went through this with you when we were discussing General Sibiya. And I thought we had moved past this because in relation to General Sibiya, although you did say that there are aspects of your relationship with him that are under investigation, you accepted that you could tell us when and how you know him. But on those aspects where answers you give might expose you to criminal investigation or to charges, you will assert your rights there. We're sitting here as a commission of inquiry, and the difficulty I have is that we have a lot of questions for you. Many witnesses have come before the commission to testify, and they have made certain allegations against you. And you coming here is an opportunity for you to give your side of the story. If you elect not to give your side of the story, having been invited to come here, the only evidence we have as the commission is the evidence of those people who implicate you. But you are within your rights to say, I assert my privilege. But I have serious difficulty with you saying, I can't tell you whether I know General Senona or not, and whether I met him at a wedding or not, when nothing about the wedding is the subject matter of any criminal investigation. If it's background information, and I'm sure the investigators, when they first spoke to you, they wanted background information. Do you know this person? How do you know the person? But that has nothing to do with whether you are involved in criminal activity with him. It's simply background information to understand whether they should even ask you any further questions about the person. Because if you say, I don't know the person, then that's the end of the inquiry. So you can imagine that when they first engage with you, they will start with, do you know this person? How do you know this person? Before they get to the substance of what they want to ask you about. So it will make our job very difficult if the entire subject matter is off the table, because to be honest with you, most of the questions that I intended to ask you, I know that they touch on issues that you intend to assert privilege on. But it can be that in respect of everything, you assert privilege, because then we're not going to make any progress. I had understood you that you accepted that in relation to General Sibiya, how you knew him. You even testified about the 4 occasions, including the party at his house. and the engagement party. So if you could answer those questions, I'm not sure why in relation to General Senona you cannot answer the same questions. So I would expect that the question that was asked, you will answer it, because answering it does not impact on your Section 35 rights or, your privilege arising from the Commissions Act and the regulations.
To add to that, Mr. Matlala, just two things. One, I would understand if, for example, your first meeting with General Senona was about criminality. Take this example. The two of you have agreed to pool the greatest cash in transit, highest in South Africa, and you say it will be quite discreet if we meet at my wedding. Nobody will suspect anything, but you and I will steal a moment and have a discussion about the highest, do our planning. So they would understand if you don't want to come anywhere near a discussion of your first meeting with General Senona. I'll be surprised if you want to suggest that that very first meeting already concerned any possible or alleged criminality for you to be refusing to answer any questions that relate to that very first meeting between the two of you. And then secondly, I want to disabuse your mind of any possible apprehension about this so-called Madlanga task, what team? Yes. That entity was wrongly or incorrectly named. It has nothing to do with Madlanga. It's SAPS that chose to name their task team, which they as SAPS are using to investigate matters that emanate from issues that were debated before the Commission, or in respect of which the Commission made referrals. That's SAPS 100%. All the Commission would have done in certain instances would just be to make referrals. So it's SAPS acting as SAPS, and at that level, after the referrals, the Commission has no role to play whatsoever. So you kept saying to get answers, because I was already asked questions of this nature by this Madlanga task team. You can get the answers in that regard from the task team. They are not the Commission. The Commission has its own mandate and it wants to establish facts for itself. So you cannot refer the Commission to that task team, which is SAPS, and which the Commission has nothing to do with after it has reached the point of, we are now referring these matters to SAPS. SAPS then acts as SAPS, not as the Commission. I thought I should just disabuse your mind of any possible misapprehension in that regard. Now, having heard what Commissioner Khumalo said, perhaps I will ask Ms. Hassim to repeat her question, and hopefully this time we'll get an answer.
I wanted to comment on the...
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Khumalo.
Oh, yes, you may.
Because he was saying that introduction, but so my question, my concern actually is, why will the police ask me about when there was the first time I met him if it doesn't matter to them? So I'm of a view that everything that they will ask me is relevant to them. They wouldn't just ask me a question just because they want to pass time. So I do not want to undermine their investigation and end up incriminating myself by saying things before they can even get there. So I'm not comfortable actually answering these questions. I also find myself in a very bad space because I did not invite them to come and serve me with this document, and I did not plan for it to happen. So it just happened, and they even went further and had a consultation with myself, asked me a lot of questions, which my lawyer, my attorney who's not present now in court, in the commission, I assume he has those notes, I think. So I do not know whether it is a wise move to comment while there's an ongoing investigation, which I'm aware of. Unless if it's something that has nothing to do with that investigation, then I'll be happy to comment on that.
Mr. Matlala, for what it's worth, you, before the commission, you have only two bases that excuse you lawfully from answering questions. It is it's privileged information between you and your lawyers, and therefore you refuse to answer on that basis. The law recognizes that. Two, you have the privilege not to self-incriminate. Those are the two legally recognized bases on which you may refuse to answer questions. If it doesn't fall within those two categories, then you are simply refusing to answer questions, and the law requires that you answer questions. If your position is, I refuse, it's what the commission has to deal with. The law regulates what happens when we deal with a witness who refuses to answer questions on grounds that are not recognized in the law. So it's not open to you to refuse, and that's the end of the discussion. It does have consequences, and I think you should be alerted to that you have an obligation to answer satisfactorily, subject to the two exceptions. And you must place yourself within the two exceptions for you to be excused from answering. Otherwise, you are a witness who refuses to answer questions, and it has its own consequences on you. So maybe you need to be clear. If it's a case of, I don't want to answer the question, then we engage with you, and Ms. Hassim engages with you on that basis. Your legal advisors will also tell you what is the consequence of that. I assume they have done so. But I think be under no misapprehension. Outside of the two exceptions, you are not entitled to say, I don't want to answer a question because I was asked the same question by the police. Go get your answers from the police, which is, it's strange that you would even say that, because if you say go get the answers from the police, it means you don't object to us having those answers. If we had the means to demand from the people that interviewed you, if you are happy for us to get that information and we had the means to get it from them, it really means you do not have any principal objection to answering those questions or us having access to those answers. The long and short of what I'm saying is you have only two exceptions that would justify you in law to refuse to answer questions. Otherwise, you are a witness who's refusing to cooperate and to provide satisfactory answers, and the commission will have to deal with you on that basis. I don't know if you want to comment, if you have anything to say.
Yes, I wish to. Firstly, Commissioner, I said not get answers from the police. I said you can verify if indeed they ask me questions. I did not say you must get the answers from them. So
okay, my misunderstanding.
I need to clarify that. And I'm not here because I want to frustrate the process of the commission. I also want to help, but I also need to know where I stand legally, that whatever I do, it won't implicate me. So since there's an ongoing investigation, which I'm aware of. So I thought that there's a legal base on why I do not want to answer that question. So it's not like I do not want to because of I don't care what. So it's not like that. So I said if there is a question that it involves yes General Senona, but it's not part of what they are investigating, I'm willing to answer that question. So I do not know, because the same question that I've been asked here, I've been asked by the same people who are investigating the case. So now, what is their intention about the question? I do not know that. So.
Maybe lastly from me, whatever further engagement Ms. Hassim is going to have with you on this, that perhaps you should also be reminded and be mindful that you have testified before the ad hoc committee on relating to not just General Senona. You asked specific questions, you answered, and that's a public record. So some of the questions will not be placing new matter before the commission that is not previously available to the public, and that which you testified to in the ad hoc committee, we are entitled to put it to you. There's nothing that says we can't put it to you. It's up to you how you choose to respond to it. But it is material that is before us. You have testified to under oath, and we are entitled to put it to you. So the topic of General Senona is not off the table, can never be off the table. You have been advised from the commissioners, hopefully from your legal team, but you've also heard the evidence leaders say that there's no umbrella topics that are off the table. You have to listen to each question and then say why that question would implicate you, an answer to that question would implicate you. And you unfortunately have to do it that painful way of each question, state why that would implicate you. It's not clear, for example, to me, why repeating the answer you gave to the ad hoc committee of when you met General Senona, why that would implicate you. It's not clear until you explain that, well, if I give you that answer, it potentially discloses my involvement in unlawful conduct, because that's how it must work. So finally, I think there is no basis. I agree with the chairperson and with Commissioner Khumalo that you can't, in a blanket way, refuse to answer questions just because the police have interviewed you and you've got that letter. You can't refuse to answer any question related to General Senona, and I don't understand you to be saying that. You should listen to the question and answer per question, including saying, I won't answer because the answer to that will implicate me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Is there something you wish to say in response?
Yes, I wanted to ask now, will I ever be afforded the chance to, if I see there's a question that will implicate myself, that will I be afforded the chance to say, no, this question I'm not comfortable answering, it will implicate myself?
Okay.
I'm saying regarding General Senona, so if there is a question that it will implicate myself, because now I do not know how I should. The thing is, I do not know the difference between which right I must invoke, which privilege must I invoke. So I do not know how now I must move forward with this. I do not know.
The idea of the engagement was not at all to stop you from asserting your privilege where that's warranted. That's not the idea. But what we are engaging you on is that to the extent that there may be questions around or about General Senona that do not bear relevance to any possible or alleged criminality, which is what the basis for asserting the privilege would be. then there is no reason or basis for you not to answer the questions. But you know better. You are in a better position to know that. But once we get there, now that does entitle me to assert my privilege. So we are not suggesting that for as long as we are talking about General Senona, then you are barred from asserting your privilege. That is not what this engagement was intended to achieve, not at all. That's not the idea. Our engagement, basically, and that's why I even gave the example of the cash in transit hide. Our engagement was merely to say the fact that the police have asked you questions about General Senona does not in and of itself entitle you to raise or to assert the privilege in respect of anything that relates to General Senona. Some of the questions that you may have been asked may not bear relevance to whatever criminality it is that they are investigating. For example, I think it does make sense that you would start somewhere when interviewing someone, and that starting point may not necessarily in and of itself bear relevance to what is actually investigated. I guess one could even relate it to a conversation. Sometimes when you are engaging in a conversation with people, you do not just go straight to, some people do, but sometimes you will introduce it, but it's not really the crux of what you want to address. So the question, when did you meet General Senona for the first time, may not necessarily relate to whatever it is they are actually investigating. So it's at that level that we were engaging you. And you know better at what point does it get closer to what you understand the alleged criminality to be or to be about. You know that better. But if it was a meeting at a wedding, and you know from where you are sitting whether there was or there wasn't any possible criminality, I do not see why you cannot answer the question as to where and when you first met General Senona. I do not. Unless, again, it goes to my example of the heist, where the very meeting at the wedding would have been intended to discuss the heist. Do you see the distinction I'm drawing? So, to answer your question directly, no, we are not suggesting that you cannot assert your privilege insofar as General Senona is concerned. We are not suggesting that at all. We are just saying that surely that privilege cannot be applicable to any and every question that has something to do with General Senona. That's all we are saying. I hope that clarifies it.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. But the heist was a very bad example.
I had to give an example to try to drive the point home, Mr. Matlala.
No, thank you. I'll do it when it's time for me to assert my privileges.
Yes,
Thanks.
please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matlala. So, I mean, you have been listening to the exchanges we've been having regarding the question of the ambit of your right. And I think just to further clarify for you, your right is not a general right to remain silent in the commission. So that's why we say to you that you need to answer each question unless that question itself you feel will incriminate you in a specific offense, in a specified offense. Do you understand? You get the distinction, okay. So let's begin again. My question to you was about your meeting with General Senona. And you recall that you already testified to this at the ad hoc committee. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
So can you tell us when you met General Senona and where?
Yes, it was in the wedding, but the date I don't remember, but it was before 2020. Before 2020, yes.
Sorry, are you saying it was in 2020 or before 2020?
Before, yes. Because 2020, I remember it because of the pandemic, so it was before that.
Okay, so, and that you said was at the wedding,
Yes,
and so you spoke to him on that day,
yes, I did.
and did you exchange numbers that day?
No,
When did you exchange numbers?
on a later stage.
Do you recall when?
I don't recall when, but also Mr. General Senona also, he's from the same, I'll say, as a township as Mr. Msibi. So I knew him because sometimes he will be with Mr. Msibi, and then that's how I knew I got to I would say get closer to him.
Okay, so you met him at his wedding, but your introduction, the reason you went to the wedding wasn't because Mr. Msibi introduced you.
No, it's
That
not.
And then you're saying that your relationship grew closer with the assistance of Mr. Msibi because he had a relationship with General Senona.
Not with his assistance, because I think it was the funeral of, they're from the same township, so he was at the funeral of Mr. Msibi's mother. And then I was sitting, after the funeral, I was sitting with him on the same table, where after the funeral, we were eating, then I was on the same table with him.
With General Senona?
Yes.
Right. So I get that. So you became friends? At some point you exchanged numbers.
Yes,
so you
but-
weren't only meeting him at weddings and funerals.
That's my big, but not friends, because he's my, I'll say, an older brother.
Okay. All right. So you would have seen that in the ad hoc committee, you've in fact described him. In Parliament, you said you described him as your big brother, right?
I don't remember, but I'll take it, yes.
And in your conversations with him in the WhatsApp chats, you describe him as Nduna.
I just refer to everybody as Nduna, just not only him.
Not just him, okay.
Yes.
But you've got a respectful and friendly relationship with him.
Yes, I do have.
And you communicated with each other regularly.
Yes, yeah, yes, sir. Yes.
And so, I mean, can you identify at what point you began to communicate more regularly? So after you'd first met?
I'll say maybe after the funeral of Mr. Msibi's mother.
And when was that?
Maybe 2021, 2021 maybe.
Okay. All right. And then you arranged to meet with him when you went to Durban from time to time. Is that right?
When I did what?
You arranged to meet with him when you traveled to Durban.
Yes, I did, yes.
And you also would arrange to meet with him when he traveled to Pretoria.
Yes.
And when you met with him in Pretoria, the meeting place, did you have a common meeting place? And let me say that firstly, was that common meeting place Menlyn Main? Is that where you would usually meet?
Yes.
And is that your apartment?
Of course, yes.
Okay. And how often did you meet at Menlyn Main in Pretoria?
On a number of occasions, I cannot tell, I don't know.
Can you give us an estimate? 5, 10,
Quite a
100?
lot. No, not, that's quite a lot, no. Less than...
But it was regular?
Yes.
Okay. And in all of the times of these meetings, you knew that he was a senior DPCI officer?
Yes, I knew it, yes.
Okay. And in these meetings, did you discuss your businesses with him?
Yes, he knew it, yes.
I didn't hear you.
He knew before, yes, sometimes I'll discuss, but he already know what I was doing.
So he already knew what you were doing?
Yes, yeah.
What in particular are you talking about?
Security.
Okay. So you discuss your, the business, the Cat VIP protection service business?
Yes, yes.
Did you discuss with him the needs of your company and particularly an issue about risk management?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Did he introduce you to any people or recommend people for you to consult with to assist you with the management of the company?
No, not to consult with, but he was willing to recommend people who needed security services to me.
To recommend people who were in the same business?
No. Can I give you an example?
Yes, please do. And if you could just speak up a little, I'm not sure if it's just me.
I understood, but he just said he'll explain. But I understood his answer to be that he would recommend clients.
Oh,
That's how I understood.
Yes,
but did you
yes.
want to explain
I see.
further, Mr. Matlala?
No, I wanted to say as clients, recommend clients, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying he did not recommend sort of experts for you to consult with regard to the management of your business?
Experts.
Yes. Like maybe financial experts or business management, people who are experienced in business management or that kind of thing?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And did you discuss your contract difficulties with SAPS with him?
Yes, I did, yes.
And when was that you discussed that with him?
I'll say maybe in the beginning of 2025 or towards the end of 2024, somewhere there, yes.
Okay, so end of 2024, beginning 2025. End of 2024 was also the time at which you had the raid at your place by the GCI Ops team on 6 December, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there was a second one in December as well. I think it might have been around 18 or 19 December, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you discuss that police action that was taken against you? Did you discuss that with General Senona?
Yes, I did.
And what was the content of that discussion?
Let me just start with the first raid. I was worried that I thought I was robbed, but as soon as I found out that they are police who came to do the raid, so I told him about what happened, because he was in Pretoria, I remember. So I didn't need to go to KZN, he was around. So I explained to him what happened, and I think that's it. So, yes, I just explained to him what happened, and then he just said to me, and I told him that, listen, they even took my phones. I cannot even make transaction. I even borrowed money from him.
Yes.
And, yes. I remember that day he gave me 20,000 rands.
He gave you 20,000
Yes.
rands on that day?
Yes.
And that was after the 6th of December?
The following day.
The day immediately?
I think it was the 7th or the 8th, yeah, but it was on a weekend, yes.
Okay. And did he advise you on how to handle what had happened to you on the 6th of December, including the seizure of your phones?
No, he also did not know what was happening. I just told him, but he we thought by then, even myself, I thought if, since we found out that those are the real police, then we thought, anyway, what they were looking for, they didn't find it, it will end like that. So there was nothing further to discuss until the second raid.
Until the second raid?
Yes.
What was the concern in relation to the second raid?
The concern now, it was because I thought that was a personal thing. Like I explained earlier, that the police went to my office to do an inspection, and while they were there, they ended up coming up with a charge of negligence, I'll say, because so I had a spare key of my safe where we keep our weapons. And I did not know, according to the law, you're not supposed to do that because, as an owner of the company. So, but the way the police came to my house to arrest me, then I thought this is more than what it was supposed to be, because they came with this task force members to arrest me for his key. Then I explained that to him, that I don't think this is what it is. There might be more to this thing. Then he advised me that maybe he will ask around and he will tell me what is happening.
Okay, let me just pause you for a moment there. When you discussed this with him, was he still in Pretoria? Did you discuss it with him in person?
Yes, I was with him.
Where were you?
Yes, in Pretoria.
In Pretoria?
Yes.
In Menlyn, Maine?
Yes.
At your place?
I only met him at, yes. When he was in Pretoria, the only place that we'll meet is at my apartment.
Okay. So when you discussed this with him, he said to you he would find out more information.
He said he will ask, yes.
Ask around.
Maybe, I don't remember his actual, ask around to find out something like that. I don't really.
Okay, and did he then come back to you with what he learned from his investigations?
No, no, he didn't, but that's when I found out from the former minister, Cele. Then I told him instead that what is actually happening. He did not tell me, I told him.
Okay, let's take a step back there. Explain the involvement of former Minister Cele.
Can you say that again?
Can you explain his involvement? What is it you're trying to say about him?
Minister Cele?
Yes.
No, I'm saying after I met him, that's when I knew, and then I explained to Mr. Senona that what I found out from former Minister Cele. So I don't know what you're saying. I must explain what?
No, I just wanted to understand why you were introducing former Minister Cele into it in response to my question to you. My question was, did General Senona come back to you to say this is what he has found out, this is the team that did the raid, and any information, did he give it to you? Any information?
Yes, I said he didn't. I'm the one who actually told him what was happening because I found out from Minister Cele.
Okay, so he had no information that he came back to you with?
No, nothing, yes.
Okay. But he did undertake to find out, he just never came back to you?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, this is now December 2024 still, and you've met meeting him regularly. I assume it's a loan that he gives you of 20,000 Rand. It doesn't matter whether it's a loan or not. But by this point in time, you've now become personal friends. Would that be fair to say?
It's not fair. It's like now I'm saying I'm friends with the chairperson and he's older than me. So I'd rather say my big brother. I cannot say he can be my friend and someone older than.
Ms. Matlala, perhaps in township lingo you say it was a brotherly relationship.
Yeah, yes, big brotherly relationship, yes.
He's not a relative, but you have a brotherly relationship with him. Lady Bra.
No.
Or Rodman.
Yes.
I want to take you back. Sorry to do this. I had a question. At what point, I know you met first at a wedding and then at the funeral of Mr. Msibi's mother. At what point did you become aware that he was the head of the Hawks in KZN?
At the funeral.
So you found out at the funeral that he's the head of the Hawks at KZN?
No, not the Hawks. I just heard people referring to him as general. So I do not know general from where.
Yeah. But you knew that he was a general in
yes.
SAPS?
General, yes.
You just did not know which division or which unit?
Yes, no, that I did not know.
Thank you.
So, again, this is December. Let's stay in December and go to the WhatsApp chat conversation between you and General Senona. And for that, you'll need to go to file 2. And page 2.
Page 2.
And do you see the chats between you and General Senona?
Yes, I do.
And you see that it's dated 28 December 2024?
Yes.
Okay, let's...
2.1, file.
No, we filed 2.
Yeah, my file 2 is different. And you
File
said
2, page 2.
So
Under item 2 is a tab.
yes.
Perhaps the numbering, I'm hoping that your numbering hasn't gone awry, Commissioner Beloy. But if you look at the tab, that's numbered. Yes. Sorry, numbered what?
Item 1.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm there
Page
now.
2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Matlala, now that we're all on this page, you'll see these conversations that are taking place on the 28th of December 2024. You say to him, so the green is you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You recognize that number?
I see the name, but the number didn't, but I see his name.
And your number ends in...
Oh, my number, yes,
413.
yes.
Yes, that's your number?
Yes.
Right. You start off greeting him by saying, morning, Duna. He says, I trust you are fine under the circumstances. Okay. And then you say, the guy I went to see really helped. I will tell you whenever you back this side. Monday, I'm starting with our project. Nothing is disturbing me anymore. What were you saying to General Senona here? Let's begin with who is the guy that you went to see?
Yes, the guy I was referring to, the former minister, like I said to you, I'm the one who informed him that the minister helped.
Okay, so the guy is a former minister.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say to General Senona, the guy I went to see, he knows who you're talking about?
Yes.
How does he know that?
I told him.
You told him in advance that you were going to see Minister Cele. Okay. And then you say, I'll tell you whenever you back this aside. And then I'm starting with our project. Nothing is disturbing me anymore. What did you mean by our project?
Yes, our project is under investigation, so I'll please want to assert my right. not incriminate myself.
In relation to the project,
To our project, yes.
our project. Is-
To be clear, that's a project between you and General Senona.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it a project that is unrelated to Medicare 2024?
It's a project that is under investigation, Advocate Hassim.
Is it the Medicare 24 contract?
No, it's not.
Okay. So when you have this exchange with him, he says he's coming back, if you turn over to page 3. I'm coming back that side tomorrow a week, and then he tells you when he arrives, 2 days later, or 3 days later, because it's December. Did you then meet with him when he arrived back in Pretoria?
I think I did, but I don't remember. Maybe I did, yes.
You don't recall, is that what you're saying?
I met him a lot. Chances are I might have met him, but I don't recall.
Okay.
I think this chat will assist me to see maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you look at that page 3, he says on the 30th of December, my brother, I am in Pretoria. Is he saying that to let you know that he's available to meet?
It looks like it.
Okay. And if you turn to page 4 of that same file, and at the bottom of that page, you'll see 2nd January 2025. General Senona says, I'm around and we can meet once you are available. And then you turn over to page, no, let's just pause on that. That's 2nd of January. Do you recall meeting then in January?
I think I did, but I just don't remember. But I think I met him.
Okay. In fact, the 22nd of January, if we can go to that, page 8. You'll see on page 8, he says again, now he's back in Pretoria. He says, good evening, brother, I'm around in Pretoria. Do you see that?
It will mean he's around for the second time now.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, I see it.
And then you say, let's meet tomorrow if you're available. And he says he'll be available around this time tomorrow, which is in the evening. It's about 6:37 p.m. that he sends this. Right? Did you meet then?
Yes, I think I did.
Okay. And what was the subject of your meeting then?
It's the same thing that I'm saying is under investigation.
And did you have further meetings in January?
Yeah, we had quite a few meetings, so, but I don't know, it's not only in January.
Not only in January.
Yes.
You met in February as well?
I met him a lot, so I think maybe I'll say each and every month I met him from what I can remember.
When did the meetings with General Senona stop?
They never stopped until I was arrested.
Until you were arrested,
Yes.
they continued. And there were regular meetings.
Not regular, because sometimes his office was in KZN, so he'll be at work most of the times.
Okay.
I'm saying regular, I'll say only when he was around in Pretoria.
Oh, did you not meet him in Durban?
In Durban, yes, I met him.
Okay. I'd like to take you to a chat that's on 15 January. I'm just trying to find the right page because it doesn't seem to be in my file. If you just give me a moment, please. No, it's not in my file. It's a chat that's on 15 January, and I'll find the page for you. What takes place in that conversation is General Senona says to you, if things are favorable, let us finalize the contract. This is in 15 January 2025. He says, if things are favorable.
Page 7, top of page 7.
Page 7. Thank you, Commissioner Kumar. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
So page 6 is where it begins. He says, I'll request if things are favorable, let's finalize the contract for those guys who assisted us. That's General Senona to you. What does he mean by if things are favorable? What conditions had to be favorable?
I don't know whether he was referring to when, maybe my availability, I don't know.
And which contract was to be finalized?
It's the same that I said, it's under investigation.
This is the other project that you're referring to outside of Medicare 24. Yes?
Yes, yes.
And who were those guys who assisted us?
Yeah, they are under investigation, Advocate.
Those guys are under
Yes.
investigation. And this is linked to the contract, of course.
I thought you nodded very slightly. Do you want to vocalize the response? The question, are those guys under investigation? I thought I saw you nod very slightly.
Yes, I said yes. They are under investigation.
So did that contract ever get concluded?
No.
So was there any ever draft or any written proposal related to that contract?
No, it's not a proposal. There was no proposal.
Okay, was there any agreement or draft agreement concerning that contract?
Advocate, they're taking me straight to the rabbit hole now. Part of this agreement is under investigation, so when you say the contract, I can't answer that because this is the exact same thing that I'm saying is under investigation.
Okay. We know now that this is a contract or a project that involved both you and General Senona. Did General Senona receive any fee or interest or any payment in relation to this contract?
No, he didn't.
Okay. I'd like to then turn to the relationship that you have with General Senona's son. Do you know him?
Yes, Tato.
Yes. When did you meet him?
Recently. I don't know when, but recently. Maybe 2024. Yes, recently.
In 2024?
Yeah, it's recent because 2025 I was arrested. Yes, 2024. Yes, 2024.
Do you have a rough estimate about when in 2024? And we're not holding you to it. We understand that you don't have any records in front of you. But if you have a rough estimate, that would assist.
Maybe in the middle of 2024. I don't remember the date, but
Okay. And what were the circumstances under which you met Tato Senona?
there is in Pretoria, next to the township, next to Mamelodi, there is a project that is going on there where there is a, what is it called, Ford, the company Ford, so it's so there's a lot of construction that is going on there. So Tato wanted me to help him to, through his father introduced him to me, and he wanted me to help him to get a job there because he was also into construction.
So to get a job at the Ford Motor Company.
Yes.
And how would you be able to assist him to get a job?
They were, because I'm also from Mamelodi, and then obviously what they do, they prioritize people who are local before they can give jobs to someone outside of that area.
So were you able to assist him? Are you in the construction business?
No, I'm not.
Were you able to assist him to
No.
get a job? But you made an attempt.
No, I'm saying that's what he wanted. He did not know whether I will be able to or not. But since I'm from Mamelodi, that's what he wanted me to do.
Okay. So that was when you first got to know him.
Yes.
And then when did you next engage with him?
Yes, I did. When I won't remember, but yes, there was a second engagement, but when I don't remember.
But what was the second engagement about?
It's about what I said earlier, that is something which is under investigation.
Something that's under investigation?
Yes.
Are you referring again now to this project?
Yes.
With General Senona?
Yes.
So his son, Tato Senona, was also a part of that project?
Yes.
I see. So you meet with him again to discuss that project? Go ahead.
No, there's been evidence before us, I think, by General Senona himself, that you and Mr. Tato Senona intended to purchase an apartment for purposes of renting it out. Is the project you are referring to that project, or is it some other project?
Yes, I'm referring to that one.
All right, thank you.
So that's a project that you were involved in with General Senona and Tato Senona?
Yes.
Concerning the purchase of the apartment?
The project, yes.
So the purchase of the apartment was one aspect of the project?
No, it was the project.
Okay. So where I was going to take you to is page 6 in file 2. On 9 January 2025, General Senona sends you a message saying, "Good afternoon, brother, did you meet with Tato?" And you say, "Tomorrow, I'm waiting for offer to purchase first." So this is the project, the offer to purchase an apartment that's being referred to here.
Yes, it is.
And did you purchase an apartment?
No, I didn't.
Can you say where the apartment was?
Where it was?
Yes, where was this apartment that you were planning to purchase?
In Main Lane.
In Midrand?
Main Lane.
Oh, Menlyn. Apologies, Menlyn. And what was the purchase price?
I don't remember, maybe, but I don't think it was more than 3 million.
Say that again, please.
I'm saying I don't think it was more than 3 million.
3?
No, I'm saying between 2 and, I don't remember the exact amount, but it should be 2.4, between 2 and 3 million, somewhere there.
Okay. And who is going to pay for the purchase of the apartment?
That is part of the investigation, Advocate Hassim.
Were you going to pay for the purchase of the apartment?
No, I will choose not to answer that question.
Was Tato Senona going to have some ownership share in the apartment?
I don't know that.
You don't know that, or you're not answering that?
Yes, I don't want to answer that question.
Was General Senona going to have some ownership or beneficial interest in that apartment?
Still, I do not want to answer that question.
So, when you engaged with the estate agent on the purchase of the apartment, did you request information from Tato Senona?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
You did. Did you request his FICA documents?
Request what?
His FICA documents.
Oh, the FICA, yes.
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 And did you provide those documents to the estate agent?
Yes, I did.
And you say that purchase then was never completed?
Yes, it was never completed.
Can you say why it was never completed?
Because I was arrested.
And did you enter into any other property or business transaction with Tato Senona?
Business transaction.
Yes, either property or other form of a business
Excluding
transaction.
that, remember earlier I said this Ford motor company, excluding that.
Excluding that. That I understood you to be
Yes,
saying that you were
yes,
trying to
yes.
assist him on employment.
I don't think there's other. He used to send me his transport business, but it was his. It was not like I was interested in that one, but he used to show me what he was doing currently.
Okay. Now, these conversations regarding the purchase of the apartment taking place in early 2025. Let me take a step back because I'd like to ask you, in these conversations in December 2024, did you and General Senona have any discussions about the PKTT?
Yes, I explained earlier that I'm the one who informed. The PKTT are the people who went to, it's the GCI ops, right? The PKTT.
Well, it's a GCI ops.
Yes, yes.
So when you had a conversation about the PKTT, you're saying it was just in relation to the raid?
Yes, yes.
Did you have any other discussions with General Senona about the PKTT?
I might have, yes.
What was that?
On top of, I think everything that was happening after the raid, I was telling him everything that was happening. So it was in relation of what was happening at that moment.
Yes, but I thought you said you spoke about other things other than the raid.
I will have to, yes, I do not want to say I didn't, but I just don't remember, but I think I will remember what I said. Yeah. But there's quite a lot that I said, so maybe you can, if you can advise what
But your
referring
concern,
to.
your concern that you were expressing to General Senona was in relation to the raid and the seizure of the firearms.
Yes, yes.
And that's how the PKTT came into it.
Of course, yes.
Okay. So, and that took place in December. And then on 2nd of January, General Senona...
Can I interrupt your line of questioning? Sorry to do this. Did you believe that it was the PKTT that raided your house? Did you hold that belief in December 2024?
You mean before or after I met the former Minister
No,
Cele?
during 2024. So there's a raid at your house, and after that, there's a raid at your business premises. What was your belief? Did you believe it was the PKTT? Who did you believe raided your house?
I did not know until I met Minister Cele.
And then when you met Minister Cele, what was your belief as regards who raided your
Yes,
properties?
he told me, yes.
He said it was who?
Yes, the PKTT.
He said it was the PKTT.
Yes.
So at the end of December 2024, you believe that the PKTT had raided your house and your business premises?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, on the 2nd of January, if you look at file 2, page 5,
It's the same file that I have.
yes. So it's just page 5, it's the WhatsApp chats. On the 2nd of January, you'll see at the bottom of that page, you sent an attachment.
Yes.
And it says letter to NASCOM. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
So you'll find that letter at page 15 of the file, same file. Do you recognize that letter?
Yes, I do.
So this is what we've become to be called the PKTT disbandment letter.
Yes.
See that? Did you ask General Senona to send you that letter?
No, this letter got it from Brown Mkhwanazi.
You received it from Brown Mkhwanazi?
Yes.
Okay, but you may have received it from Brown Mkhwanazi, but in this chat, General Senona sends it to you. Do you see that?
Oh, he sent it to me.
Yes.
Okay. I thought I sent it to him.
Okay.
Look at page 5.
No, I'm not disputing what you're saying, but I
Okay,
thought,
all right.
yes,
Or you were just
You might have shared it with him as well, is what you're saying. You shared that letter with people?
yes, because I received this letter, I think on the 31st, or 31st, I think, or 29th, somewhere there, from Brown Mkhwanazi.
Did you also tell Brown Mkhwanazi that it was the PKTT that raided your house?
No, he had that suspicion, Brown, but Mr. Cele confirmed it to me.
After Mr. Cele confirmed it to you, did you tell Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi that you now believe it's the PKTT that raided your house?
No, I'm saying he already knew that, but I just didn't believe him because by then I already had my suspicions about him. But when Minister Cele told me, then he just confirmed what Brown Mkhwanazi told me already.
Oh, Brown had already told you that it was the PKTT
yes.
that raided your house?
Yes.
Thank you.
So is that how you came to know that it was a PKTT? Through Mr. Mkhwanazi? And then you relayed that to General Senona?
No, I'm saying Mr. Cele is the one who confirmed. I did not believe, oh yes, Brown Mkhwanazi told me, but at that time I did not believe anything that comes from him. So Mr. Cele just confirmed what Brown Mkhwanazi told me earlier.
Oh, I see. By which time did you not believe anything Brown Mkhwanazi told you?
When he started asking for money to pay investigators.
When did he ask for that?
Soon after the first raid.
So it was still in 2024?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that. For now, I just want to stay on this letter because in this chat, General Senona sends you the letter. My question was whether you asked him to send it to you. You've explained you did not ask him. And in fact, what you say to us, you already had this letter in your possession.
Of course I did, yes.
Yeah. What did you understand the letter to mean?
To mean?
Yeah, what did it mean for you? Why did you think General Senona was sending this letter to you?
because by then he already know that the PKTT are the people who came to raid my house, so maybe he wanted to show me that that unit has been disbanded.
So you understood this to mean that General Senona is showing you that there's action taken against this team?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you have a discussion then with General Senona about the letter after you received it from him?
I won't say no, but I just don't remember because I already received it before, so it was not relevant for me anyway. So maybe yes, we had some, but I can't remember what was it.
So you're saying you may have had a conversation about the letter. So remember, this is 2nd of January. The earlier chats I took you to, you saw there were a number of meetings that you had with General Senona. So in those meetings, would you have discussed this letter? It seems like it's quite an important letter.
Important to?
Well, it's certainly important enough for General Senona to send to you. He thinks you would have an interest in this letter, correct?
Yes, but like I said, I already received the letter before.
Sure. But he sent it to you not knowing that you'd already received it before, right?
I agree.
Right. So he thinks that you've got an interest in this letter, right?
I agree, yes.
And then you met on a number of occasions after the 2nd of January, after he sent you the letter, correct?
Yes.
And you're saying that you could have discussed that letter in those meetings.
Yes.
Do you recall anything about what you would have discussed?
That's why I'm saying I could have, because I do not remember the contents of the discussions.
Okay. So you could have discussed it, but you don't remember the contents of the discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask General Senona at any time, now not about the letter, but about the team that was investigating you, that had conducted the raid in December?
Did I ask him what about the team?
Did you ask him any information of the members of the team that was investigating you?
But you mean by the 2nd of January 2025?
Yes, after the 2nd of January.
I wouldn't ask him because I know who these people were.
Because he told you who they were?
No.
Because Mr. Mkhwanazi, told you who
Mr.
they were.
Mkhwanazi and Mr.
Yes.
and Mr. Cele told me.
So did you have any discussions with General Senona about the team that was investigating you?
About the team, like I said, I might have heard, yes, because we wouldn't just ignore, you can't just send me something and then nothing has been said about it. Hence I'm saying we might have said something which I don't know or recall.
Okay. So in all of this period of time, in January, and in your communications with General Senona, he was obviously, as you said, it was a brotherly relationship. You were obviously very close, and he was supportive of you, right?
Yes, right, yes.
And he remained in support of you and close to you until your arrest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to take you to a chat on the 13th of May. It's also should be in file 2.
We have it as 11 to 12. We're looking for May.
No, that's 13th of April. Let me tell you what it is, because it doesn't seem to be in the file. On the 13th of May, you'll recall what was happening at that time. That was when your contract had just been cancelled.
13th of May?
Yes.
Yes,
2025.
yes.
Ms. Hassim, we have another additional chat, Senona 2.1 on page 20. That's the May.
Thank you, Commissioner Kamano. So if you look at page 20, you'll see that you sent him a letter to this SAPS national dated 13 May 2025. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Right. Do you know what letter that was?
I'll assume maybe that's the termination of the contract.
Information on the contract.
The termination.
The termination.
I'm saying I'll assume it, yeah. it
Okay.
will-
That was, in fact, a response from you, from your attorneys, to the SAPS challenging the termination of the contract. Do you recall that being sent?
Yes, I recall it.
Okay. Now, when you sent this, and it's not actually in the file, the 13th of May one that I'm looking for, what General Senona told you was, take them on, brother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Was that his, was he encouraging you in relation to your proposed legal action against the SAPS?
Yes.
It was.
Yes.
My learned colleague to my left has just pointed out it's on page 19, so it could be a good idea for you to have a look at it. What General Senona says to you is, this is so sad, it leaves one with choice, but I think he means no choice, but to seek legal advice on this issue with a view to challenge the decision, right? That's the termination. You respond, true, my advocate advised I should make an interdict within 48 hours. And then he says, take them on, brother, and you say, I am on it. So that confirms that it's in relation to the termination of the contract. He had an interest in your contract continuing, isn't that so?
He had an interest, maybe I think, not, I will not say contract, but I will say in my project.
In your project? He had an interest in your project, is that what you said?
Okay, the project is a contract, yes, but I will say, I'm saying his interest was not in seeing the, whatever works for me, but there's nothing for him to have an interest in the contract. I will say he will, but he knows that I need the contract, so that was his advice from him to me.
So he had an interest in you.
In my best interests, yes.
So you're saying he was looking after your interests. That's how you're describing
Yes.
his involvement, if I can
Yes.
use a different word. Okay.
Or he had an interest in your welfare.
I will say that, yes.
And so, did General Senona receive any benefit other than just wanting to look after your well-being? Did he receive any financial or other benefit as a result of your exercising your performance in this contract?
Advocate Hassim, those benefits or whatever they are is under investigation. So I'll choose please not to comment on that.
Okay. At the end of that exchange...
Sorry, just so that there's no confusion, when you say those benefits, under investigation. You mean that question, that very
Oh,
issue?
yes,
is under
yes,
question.
yes,
The financial benefits.
yes.
Thank you. At the end of that exchange, General Senona sends you Minister Cele's contact details. Do you see that?
What page is it?
21.
Okay.
Well, do you know why he sent it to you at this point in time?
This is 14 May.
Yes.
I don't know because I had Mr. Cele's number. Maybe, I don't know what, maybe it was a mistake, I don't know, but I had Mr. Cele's number.
Okay. You didn't request it from him?
I don't even think he was sending this to me because I don't think, no, it can't be because I had Mr. Cele's number.
No, he was sending it to you, but I accept your answer that you already had Mr. Keller's number because, in fact, you had met him earlier in the year, as you've already explained.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Did you ask General Senona at that point in time for any assistance in relation to the contract?
He couldn't help me in relation to the contract with General Senona.
In relation to the termination and assisting you on that, he couldn't provide any assistance?
No.
Okay. So before that, then, before the termination, when you were having difficulties with the contract, when you were having difficulties with purchase orders, do you remember those difficulties?
Yes, I do.
You raised those difficulties with several people, isn't that so?
Yes, I do.
With several people within the SAPS, isn't that so?
Of course.
Sorry, please don't forget your line of questioning. There's a question, I hope I did not misunderstand it. I thought Ms. Hassim asked whether you requested General Senona to assist with the contract, and I assume that's in the context of its cancellation. And your response was he could not assist. But did I understand your question correctly, Ms. Hassim, or did I?
That is, you understood it correctly.
Yes. So the answer that he could not assist does not answer the question directly. Had you requested assistance at all?
No, I'm saying I didn't because even if I did, he was not part of the supply chain or anything that could help me with. That's why I said he couldn't help, even if I want. Yeah.
So you did not because he could not. All right. It's just that you did not articulate the part that you did not. What you articulated was he could not. Please continue, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Mr. Matlala. I understand your response in relation to his inability to assist you at the point when the contract was terminated. My question to you now is about a period in time prior to the contract being terminated. And I raised with you your difficulties with receiving purchase orders, and you confirmed that you were having those difficulties, and that you raised these concerns with members of the SAPS, and you confirmed that. Do you still confirm that?
Yes, I do.
And General Senona was one of the people with whom you raised your difficulties, isn't that so?
Yes, but I was doing it as my big brother, not because he was part of a SAPS member.
Not because he was an SAPS man. So in your personal capacity, you were sharing with him your grievances.
Yes.
And in that context, did he provide you any assistance?
I will say yes, because not assistance, but when I went to meet General Mkhwanazi, it was in relation with the purchase orders, and he was present.
That was in April 2025.
Yes.
In fact, it was 15 April 2025, isn't that so?
The date I want to, yes, but I take it, yes.
We'll come back to it.
Yes.
It was 15 April 2025. I'm going to an earlier point in time. Are you saying that prior to that meeting of 15 April 2025, General Senona did not assist you?
With purchase, with what?
Yes, with the problem you were having with purchase orders.
No, he didn't.
Did he assist you by intervening in any way to have your invoices paid?
No, he can't do that.
So let's turn to page 7 of file 2.
Page?
7. And this is file 2, not 2.1. Now, we've been at this page before for the purposes of the message that's right at the top of the page, but we've dealt with that now. We understand that that is a separate project, not related to Medicare 24. But what I'd like to put to you from this next on this page is the screenshot that you sent him on the 15th of January at 8:03 in the evening. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What is that screenshot?
I think it's the to show the progress of how far is the payment from SAPS.
So this is an internal SAPS software system.
Yes.
And where did you get this from?
I get this from my the head of operations.
Your head of operations?
Yes.
In Medicare 24?
Yes.
And who's that?
James Murray.
So this, he captured the screenshot, or was that sent to him?
There was someone from SAPS, but that is another investigation from within SAPS, but that's another part of investigation from the Medicare contract. There was someone from SAPS, from the, what is it called? The finance department, yeah, who was sending it to James.
Okay, so an SAPS
member from,
member
yes, from the finance department.
Sent him this screenshot.
Yes.
And you forwarded it to General Senona.
Yes.
Why did you send it to General Senona?
To show him the progress of the payment.
Immediately after you send it to him, you say, "Let me know when you're around." Was it to discuss this issue of the payments?
No, this I was showing him how far is the progress of the payment.
Yes, but what is it? What does it say? What are you trying to show to him? What type of progress? Lack of progress?
No, that I'm waiting for payment, but to go deeper, then I'll have to invoke my rights because it's part of investigation. Because it will take us now to that project that I was talking about, so I do not want to go there.
Okay. You'll see on that screenshot it says invoices to be uploaded.
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't really tell you much about the progress on payments. What it's saying is that the invoices have not yet been, it's just saying the invoices to be uploaded, right?
Of course, yes.
Okay, and did you then discuss this with General Senona after you met with him? Because you say, "Let me know when you're around."
I don't think General Senona will even understand the process of finance system from SAPS, but this invoice to be uploaded, it says when we upload invoice, even from their side, they'll have to upload them to their system for processing. Okay. So that is something that Mr. General Senona cannot be part of.
Well, when you sent it to him, what did you expect him to do with this information?
Okay, Advocate Hassim, I think maybe you didn't understand me earlier. I said this is part of the investigation for that project that I was talking about. So the only way for you to understand now is to exactly explain what was this for.
So you're saying that this is part of an investigation into the other project, not Medicare 24?
No, not Medicare 24.
Okay. Let's go to the next exchange, and that's in file 2, and it's page 9A.
The same file that I'm having?
Same file, 9A.
What page is that?
9A. It's A in brackets.
It should be another. There's no A here.
It's in the same file.
After page 9.
After page 9 is 10, and then the other side is blank.
Does my learned friend have 9A?
It just says 9. It just says 9 here.
Chair, do you have 9A?
Yes, yes, we do. Thank you.
Is it for file 2?
It's for file 2, yes. Okay. So you'll see on that page, this is now 6 February 2025 at 7:18 in the evening, you send General Senona a video attachment. And if we could just play that video attachment.
Is it not under investigation?
I don't know, let's play it and then you'll tell us.
So you play it first.
Yes.
It will be too late, but it's okay.
Can we play it, please?
Sorry. This is the investigation of Medicare 24 contract.
Okay.
But I can explain the, yeah.
I'd still like the video clip to be played. It has been played before in these proceedings. And we have asked General Senona questions regarding this particular video. And it's important for me to be able to give you an opportunity to respond to it. You will respond.
Or not respond on the basis
You'll
of...
respond as you see fit. Could we please play it?
Are ready to take the keys to the college on the 4th. So by Monday, if we haven't received anything, we close. We'll rather send members that are short, and that process of the non-performance by the service provider, that process I already directed that it must start. So
do you recognize the name of the speaker in that video?
Yeah, but this is the core of the investigation. I do, but I don't know I don't want to comment on this.
I just want to understand it. I mean, and as you can see, Mr. Matlala, I'm respecting your rights as you're asserting them and not pushing where I think you are asserting it appropriately. But I just want to question this response now, because I want to understand how mentioning the name, identity of the speaker would implicate you.
No, I don't have a problem with the speaker, but I just don't want to go further. The speaker, I don't have a problem to identify the speaker.
Okay, so we're taking it one step at a time. The question was whether you could identify the speaker, but you didn't want to answer. So can you identify the name of the speaker if you're saying that that's not the issue, it's just that you don't want to go further?
If I'm not wrong, this should be General Nkoa.
And who is General Nkoa?
She is the head of HR, I think.
she's a member of the SAPS in the HR component.
Yes.
Okay. She says, well, before we say that, where did you get this video from?
It was, what is it called, part of our bilateral meetings.
Our, meaning who?
Medicare 24.
I'm sorry. Part of your what?
We now and then had meetings with SAPS.
Yes. Okay, bilateral. Okay,
Yes.
okay, I did not hear you.
Service delivery meetings
Progress, everything, yeah, it's different purposes.
concerning the implementation of the contract.
Yeah, but by then it was running, I think it was concerning the new recruits, I think.
Let's take it one step at a time. So this is a video that was taken, it's a clip of a meeting that was a bilateral meeting between officers of Medicare 24 and the SAPS. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And who from your company was present?
It was the COO, Mr. Murray.
And he's the person who forwarded this to you? And we know, I mean, I think you said that already, but you can confirm it if I
Yes,
can
yes, I
ask.
can confirm that.
Thanks. So the speaker, who we know as General Nkua, or you say it is, says that if we receive nothing by Monday, we close. So here was she talking about the non-performance of Medicare 24? Is that what she was talking about?
Please, Advocate Silo, Advocate Hassim, I choose not to answer these questions. These are part of my questions that I will need to answer during my trial.
Okay. I want to ask you this. Why did you send this recording to General Senona?
I thought by then they were going to implement, what is it called? Implement a penalty or something. Then I think I was not going to get any work anymore.
So did you expect him to intervene or advise or to obtain information for you?
No, it was not about advice.
Say that again?
It was not about advice.
What was it about?
It's because I was already struggling with my purchase orders, so I wanted him to hear that because I'm not getting work, and then other because the contract has different. I will say what. It's a very huge contract, but let me not go to the contract. But let's concentrate on Mr. Senona. So I was sending him because I was of a view that I wouldn't get any more purchase orders.
But I hear that. This was part of your concern. I'm asking what you expected him to do with this information.
This is someone that I share my problems with, so I want him to know where I stand. So it's not like sometimes when I tell you something that it's like asking a rhetoric question. You just want to share your problems with someone else. Okay. So he was someone who was there for me.
And so what was General Senona's response to you about this?
I don't remember the response.
But you discussed this problem and the allegations, because this now is talking about, so previously it was about purchase orders. Now what General Nkua is saying in this video is a complaint about non-performance. And you spoke to him about the complaint about non-performance, right?
Not, I did, yes.
And did he say anything to you about that, or did he just receive this and say nothing in response to you?
My Advocate Hassim, my entire plan, I was looking for someone who will make General Nko understand what was the delay from our side to SAPS. So I was in the process of meeting someone who can make her understand what was the delay about. So, and the person who was supposed to be part of that meeting, it was General Senona. So I was sharing with him my information.
So General Senona was going to be one of the people who could explain to her?
No, not her. General Senona was supposed, at the end of the day, he did take me to meet General Mkhwanazi.
So, you see, this is in February.
Yes. There was already non-performance, but...
It was already non-performance, yes. And you're saying that in February you were already planning to meet with General Mkhwanazi?
No, I'm not saying General Mkhwanazi, I'm saying someone, and it happened to be General Mkhwanazi on a later stage.
I'm trying to make the connection here between, because you said that there was someone who was going to assist with getting General Nkua to understand the issue of performance, right? And that person is General Mkhwanazi, who you meet later, right?
Later, yes.
Yes. But in February 2025, when you send this to General Senona, I'm asking you, what was General Senona's response to you?
I said I do not remember the response, but what I was sending to Senona, General Senona, I was venting out to him. So I don't think there was much that he can do.
Okay, but
Sorry, you said that General Senona was going to be part of the meeting with someone who would then explain to General Nkua to make her understand why there was non-performance. Now, this is in February. We know later on that he's part of your meeting with General Mkhwanazi, but at this point in February, was he facilitating or involved in your attempts to get that someone that you would meet with so that that person can get a good understanding and explain to General Nkua?
No, he was not.
He wasn't involved in that?
No, he was not.
So this was February 2025. The next conversation you had with General Senona then was in relation to the meeting that took place in April. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what was your conversation with General Senona in relation to the 15 April meeting?
I asked him to ask General Mkhwanazi if he'll be comfortable if I come with him.
If he's comfortable to accompany you?
Yes.
Okay. When did you have the conversation with General Senona about the upcoming meeting?
The date I don't remember, but it was in April. The date I don't remember.
Well, maybe I'll help you to get the dates in a moment. I'm trying to take you through this somewhat chronologically so it helps you to place things in context. So I'm not going to go now to the 15 April meeting, but we will come back to it, okay?
It's fine.
All right, so your relationship with General Senona, to get back to this now, on the 10th of March, if I can take you to your WhatsApp chats again, and specifically page 9D, And I'm concerned that if you didn't have 9A, you don't have 9D.
I just got 9D now.
Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you look at the third chat on that page, you'll see that General Senona, this is 10th of March, 2025, General Senona sends you a document at 9:03 p.m., okay? There's an attachment. It's called Annexure SEN2. Now, unfortunately, you have to go to another file to find Annexure SEN2, and that's file 2.1. And that will be at page 22. Okay, you got it.
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
You remember receiving it at the time?
The time, I cannot recall the time, but receiving it, yes, I remember.
I mean at that point in time, 10 March.
Yes.
It runs to about more than 200 pages, but we're not going to go through all of the 200 pages. This bundle of documents that General Senona sends you on the 10th of March concerns a person who's the first complainant in that docket.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And who's the first complainant? If you can just read that out.
Ismail Maulid Ramos Nangi.
And do you know him?
Yes, I do.
And this document contains affidavits and attachments that are part of this docket. Do you agree that? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you'll see on the first page that it's a police stamped document, right? Do you see that on page 22?
Yes, I see.
And on page 23, well, 22 and 23, you'll see that it includes sort of the respondents, if I can, the people against whom the complaint was brought. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And it includes details of members of the SAPS. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Including an identity number of a Colonel Dawood. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And the second to last name on page 23 is a reference to General Mkhwanazi. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, so General Senona sends you this document. It includes this information. It's an SAPS docket. It has the names and ranks and identity numbers of police officers. It includes the details of General Mkhwanazi's office. In fact, if you go through it, you'll see it contains the identity document of Mr. Nangi and his marriage certificate and a range of personal information, including photographs. Now, you would have seen this because you've seen this document before, isn't that so?
Yes, I did, yes.
Yeah. You went through it when he sent it to you.
Yes, I did.
Not
when he sent it to me, but since I got the bundle, I went through it, yes. It was quite a lot of documents, so I didn't have time. But now, since I'm bored in jail, I went through it.
Because you had time to go through.
Plenty of time, yes.
Yes. Did you ask General Senona for those documents?
No, I did not ask for those documents.
So what did he say to you either before or after he sent it to you? What did he say to you about these documents?
Yes, before they asked me to speak to the complainant about withdrawing charges against the police.
Now, let's break that down. You say before he sent you this document.
Yes, this was, yes, before, yes.
Before he sent you this document, they asked you to speak to Mr. Nangi.
Okay, he told me yes, but he was talking to someone else, and then he told me that this is what the other person wants to happen, referring to General Mkhwanazi.
He said to you, so when he sent this to you, he said to you that General Mkhwanazi asked him to ask you.
No, not to ask me. He asked me, not, General Mkhwanazi didn't, I don't even think he knew me by then.
Okay, so it wasn't a request that came from General Mkhwanazi?
No, I'm saying according to General Senona it was, but not to tell me to withdraw. I think him and General Mkhwanazi had a discussion about this document to find someone to withdraw the charges.
So what did General Senona tell you?
Tell me that I must speak to this guy to withdraw charges.
Why?
Why I cannot answer, I don't know. It's them who can answer that why. But what I know is I've been told that I must ask him to withdraw the charges.
And so did you then contact Mr. Nangi?
No, at this time I didn't. I did at the later stage, yes, but not this. Yeah, not when I received this document.
So when then did you contact Mr. Nangi?
The dates are. I do not want to say something which I'm not sure of, but at some point I did. I can't remember exactly the date.
Was it in March?
I don't remember, I don't know.
Was it before your meeting of the 15th of April?
It was before that, after that meeting.
It was after that meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you say to Mr. Nangi about withdrawing the complaint?
I explained to him that this is the request.
Yes, and then?
And he said to me he is willing to withdraw the charges, but it was not only him, it was him, I think, with his brother-in-law and someone else, I don't know. And he said his brother-in-law lost his voice. He cannot speak anymore because of that torture. So his brother-in-law is refusing to withdraw the charges, even if he can, but still, his brother-in-law and this other person, I don't know who he is. He was also refusing to withdraw charges.
Can I just ask an earlier question? In March, when General Senona sends you this document, it obviously did not come in a vacuum. There must have been a discussion.
Yes, that's right.
So
yes.
that these documents make sense to you when they're sent to you.
Yes, of course.
At that point, when he sends you this document and you've had an earlier discussion, what does he know about your proximity or relationship with Mr. Nangi that you can do anything about this?
We stay in the same estate in Mistrem.
So he knew that?
Yes, he knows that, yeah.
Because you had told him?
He knows I stay in Mistrem, yes.
No, I'm saying he knows that you stay, Mr. Nangi
yes, he knows
stays in the same estate as you.
Because they've arrested him in that estate, yes.
I see. Thank you.
So when you had the meeting on the 15th of April with General Mkhwanazi, you already had this detailed bundle, right? Did you Did you disclose that to General Mkhwanazi in the meeting on the 15th of April?
Yeah, yes, it was not disclosed the bundle, but the issue around this thing, yes.
So I need to then take you to your evidence at the ad hoc committee.
Yes.
Do you recall discussing this, answering questions on this issue in the ad hoc committee?
Yes, but it's fine. You can just remind me.
Okay. Let's start with your statement before the ad hoc committee. In your statement, you did not disclose that you received this bundle from General Senona.
Okay.
Why not?
I'm not familiar with the commissions, and I didn't know what. I just disclosed what I think I could remember. So I think there's a lot of things which I did not disclose, which I can now recall that those were important things.
Okay. So you didn't disclose in your statement that you had, prior to the 15 April meeting, that you had this docket from General Senona, and you didn't disclose that you had any conversations with General Senona about it. Isn't that so?
I didn't. You're saying I didn't disclose that?
You didn't disclose that in Parliament, that you had discussions with General Senona about the Nangi issue prior to the 15 April meeting.
I said something in, but okay, I don't know. I don't remember if I didn't disclose it.
Okay, maybe we should go to your transcript.
No, Advocate, I'm not disputing it. I'm saying
Okay.
yes. I don't. I'm not saying I didn't. I'm saying I'm not. I just don't remember.
Okay. So when you met with General Mkhwanazi on the 15th of April, did you say to him that you received it?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And why not?
I didn't think that was important.
Okay. You didn't think it was important, but at the meeting, it was discussed, isn't that so?
Yes, it was, yes.
And how did it arise in the meeting?
How I don't know, not I can't answer, I'm saying I don't know how it got to that, but at some point we were discussing that, yes.
Okay, I'm going to come back to it because I don't want to jump ahead. When we talk about this meeting was the meeting that took place at the Pearls in Mklanga.
Yes.
Okay. Just explain for us. You say in your statement in the ad hoc committee that former Minister Cele arranged that meeting. Isn't that so?
Yes, that's true.
When did he arrange the meeting to take place? When did he make the arrangement?
When, I don't know, but I just knew when he told me that I can go and meet with him. But when, I don't know, because he's been trying before, actually. For that day, for me to meet him, it was not his first attempt.
It's not his first attempt for you to meet
Yes.
him?
General Mkhwanazi, yes.
Let me just understand correctly. It's not the first attempt by former Minister Cele to set up a meeting between you and General Mkhwanazi?
Yes.
I see. So when was his first attempt?
We arranged first to meet in my house in Zimbabwe, and then...
And when was that?
The dates I don't remember, Advocate Hassim, but I remember he came there in Zimbabwe, in Durban.
Who is he?
He, the former minister. Mm-hmm. Then when we were there, he told me that General Mkhwanazi said that he has a meeting with the king, so, and then he won't make it. He has to, yeah, he's going to see the king, and then, so he didn't come that day. But I remember we were supposed to meet in Zimbabwe.
Okay. So he then arranged for it to happen in April.
Yes.
And what did he say to you would be the purpose of this meeting?
I was complaining to General, to the former Minister Cele about the purchase orders. And he actually is the one who suggested that General Kumalo is very close with General Mkhwanazi is very close with General Nkoa. He's the one who can assist.
Did former Minister Cele ever communicate with General Senona about this meeting in your presence?
No.
Did he ever communicate, that's former Minister Cele, did he ever communicate with General Mkhwanazi about the meeting in your presence?
Former Minister Cele?
Yes.
No, he didn't.
Okay. And so in the build-up to this meeting, and you say the meeting is this concern you had with General Nkoa, right?
Not with her. She was not present.
No. I'm saying the reason for the meeting was because of the non-performance issues that had been raised by General Nkoa, right?
Yes, but I'm saying I was not supposed to have a meeting with General Nkoa.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
But the reason for the meeting is in order to influence General Nkoa. Isn't that so?
No, not to influence.
To seek assistance from General Mkhwanazi to influence General Nkoa.
No. That is not influence.
To speak to General Nkoa on your behalf.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So if you go to file 2, page 13. This is 14 April 2025. At the top of the page, it says, "Oh, Nduna, please don't forget to ask our brother about that lady who's stirring problems." Who's the lady that you're referring to there?
The lady is General Nkoa and the brother is General Mkhwanazi.
Okay. And General Senona sends you a thumbs up. Right? So you understood that he was going to speak to General Mkhwanazi?
Yes.
And did he say to you that he did speak to General Mkhwanazi? This is the day before the meeting. Did he speak to General Mkhwanazi? Did he come back to you to say he did speak to General Mkhwanazi about that lady?
I think he did, yes, but yes, okay, we'll take it one step further, yes, okay.
Okay, thanks. Then on 15 April, now the day of the Pearls meeting, on page 14, you say to General Senona, this number will call you to make meeting arrangements, and then you send a number.
Yes.
Whose number was that?
I think my battery was dying. It's my wife's number. I was with my wife.
Why was your wife making the arrangements with General Senona? Or did you then call using that phone?
Yes.
Okay. Who decided on the meeting place?
I will say, I don't know, because after I asked Mr. General Senona to accompany me. He's the one who told me where we're going to meet, so I will assume it's him.
So where did
no,
you-
I'm saying I will assume maybe he got the meeting place from General Mkhwanazi.
Okay. So when did you meet General Senona?
When?
When on that day? You met him first?
Yeah. No, he came to fetch me
Where did he come to fetch you?
from the, what is that hotel? The Oyster Box.
And he then drove you to the meeting with General Mkhwanazi.
Yeah, but it's just a walking distance, yes.
It's walking distance,
Yes,
but he drove you,
yes.
okay? And and then that's when you met General Mkhwanazi at the entrance, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So your arrangements with General Senona was the arrangements that you were making at that time with your wife's number, the arrangements for where he should collect you? Is that what was?
Of course, yes.
Oh, right. Okay, so he collects you and you go to the Pearls. I take it it's an apartment that you entered.
Yes, it is.
And how many people were in the apartment?
There was no one. Inside his apartment, or
Yes.
not the apartment building, his apartment.
Yeah. How many people
Okay,
were
that
you?
apartment, I don't know whether it belongs to him or not. It was me, General Senona, and General Mkhwanazi only.
So there were only 3 people in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Did you sit around a table?
On a couch, yes.
You sat at a couch, not around a table?
Yeah, there's a couch. Yeah, there's a couch. There's a table. I sat on my couch, and General Mkhwanazi was sitting on another couch, but he was sitting like on top, putting his feet, his legs on top of the couch, like he was leaning on top of that thing to balance the couch with. You see that
Okay.
armrest of the couch.
So is that
Yeah.
where you had your discussions, sitting?
Yes, and then General Senona was sitting on the side.
Sitting on this side where? Sitting on the couch next to you?
No, not next to me. That apartment is not huge, but it's not next to me. There was another table, and a small table and chairs, but it's not like, I'll say maybe 3 meters away.
And he was sitting 3 meters away, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And was he present for the discussion that you had with General Mkhwanazi?
Yes, he was.
And was he... Well, let me pause for a moment there. The conversation you had with him, General Mkhwanazi, did you start off then talking about the Medicare 24 purchase orders problem?
Yes, I did.
And did you say to him you wanted access, or you wanted him to speak to General Nkua on your behalf?
Yes, I did.
And did you say to General Mkhwanazi anything else in relation to the contract other than the purchase orders?
No, it's only that.
Did you not speak about any investigations against you?
Yeah, but now we are on the contract. Okay, we're done with the contract. We are on something, next topic now.
No, I'm just trying to understand what you discussed.
Investigation is something different, yes. We did, but I thought maybe we were still on the contract issue.
So you told him about the problem with the purchase orders. We've got that.
Yes, yes,
You said you wanted him to assist you with General Nkua. We've got that.
yes.
You had other discussions in that meeting that wasn't just about the purchase orders, correct?
Yes.
And one of the aspects of the discussions was about investigations against you.
Yeah, yes.
Which investigation?
It was not an investigation by then. he said there is a warrant.
In what matter?
So the matter is the one that I'm attending in the Johannesburg High Court.
The attempted murder
Yes,
matter?
yes.
Okay. And what was the content of that conversation?
Yes, the content, I cannot disclose it because it's something that is in court now.
Okay. And other than your attempted murder, the issue around the attempted murder, what else did you discuss?
Yes, we discussed other things, but those things, all of them, they are in court now.
Did you mention your relationship with General Sibiya?
We spoke about him, yes, but like I'm saying to you, this is part of things that will be, because my discussion with General Mkhwanazi led to my arrest, so it's part of how we're going to present our case in court, so I would like not to comment on that.
Just to understand what it is you're speaking to, the discussion about or that touched on General Sibiya, was it about the contract or the attempted murder case?
No, neither the two.
Okay.
Was it about you arranging impalas for General Sibiya?
No, no, no.
You did not discuss that.
We didn't.
Did you discuss any form of payment to General Sibiya?
To him, from me?
Yes.
No.
Did you discuss a townhouse or any other property associated with General Sibiya?
I will say, Advocate Hassim, yes, with these issues that we discussed about General Sibiya, but I do not want to discuss that because it's part of my presentation of my case in court. So I just please not want to disclose it prematurely, please.
No, that's, I understand. These questions are, I mean, it's just a yes or no answer. Did you discuss payments to General Sibiya? You're saying no. You did not. That's your
From me,
answer.
I said, you said from me.
From you to General Sibiya?
Yes, and I said no, yes.
And when I asked about whether you had a discussion about you arranging impalas for General Sibiya, you said no, you did not have that discussion. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a moment. You sought to distinguish between payments by you, and I wondered, did you discuss payments by other people to General Sibiya?
We discussed payments to General Sibiya, yes, but I do not want to, not from me.
I don't expect you to go into what payments.
Yes, we did.
The discussions involved payments by other people to General Sibiya.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Yes, and you say that you've said what you've had to say about the impalas, about payments by you. I was asking whether you mentioned any townhouse or property associated with General Sibiya.
Are you asking me a question?
Yes.
Can you
You
please
mentioned that to General Mkhwanazi.
mention what?
Any information about a townhouse or any other property related to General Sibiya?
That's a vague question, but partly yes. So
You spoke about,
let's say property, yes, yeah.
you spoke about General Sibiya's property.
Yes.
Did you speak about payment from any person
I said yes.
for that property?
No, not for that property.
Sorry, I think we're confusing now the townhouse in Senton and another property, so can we maybe...
Well, the
Is
question
there
is,
one property or two? And then
the question is whether you discussed property. You say yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Was the property that was discussed a townhouse in Santon?
No, I don't want to comment on that because this is what I said. I don't want to comment that prematurely. But I just said it's a property. Yes, I didn't want to seem as if I do not want to answer questions, but I do not want to go deep in those questions because I might as well just disclose my entire strategy than in court.
Well, I'm not sure that disclosing what type of property it is incriminates you. You've said you discussed a property. I'm asking if it was the Sandton Townhouse property. I don't need to know further. I was asking yes or no. Was it the Sandton Townhouse property?
That is a difficult question to answer because already I'm opening a door which I do not want to. That is, I can't. So, but when you say property, I will agree, said yes, but I do not want to go deep into that.
Let's take the adjournment at this stage.
Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Thank you, Chair.
Let's resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
We're about to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are off and switch off your devices if they are not working. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Matlala, we were in the midst of the discussion about the Pearls meeting when we broke for lunch.
Yes.
There is another aspect of that meeting I'd like to ask you about. And I think to do so, I should first take you to the transcript in the ad hoc committee in Parliament of General Mkhwanazi. And that will be file 1A of the ad hoc bundle. At page 228. Got it. Two to eight. Do you have it, Mr. Matlala? Page 228. Mr. Matlala, are you with us?
Yes.
Do you have page 228?
Yes, I'm page 228.
Okay, so let me just orientate you in relation to this page. It's midway through the evidence by General Mkhwanazi in the ad hoc. And if you look at page 215, you'll see that's where it begins. And it's dated 18 March 2026. And it begins on that page, the evidence of General Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
Okay? All right. So the part I want to ask you about is on page 228. And on this page, you'll see that General Mkhwanazi talks about the meeting at the Pearls. And you'll see that on the fourth paragraph, for example, where he says, then he said, okay, we are going to meet at Mhlanga, meeting is going to be around Mhlanga, they met at the hotel, etc. Oyster box, and then he explains the meeting, the arrival of you and General Senona at the Pearls, okay?
Yes.
All right. 2 paragraphs down from that, and that would be 3 paragraphs from the bottom, if you're looking at the page. And it's the paragraph that begins, "That's when he gave me this information." Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
So what General Mkhwanazi says here, what he says here is, in the context of the meeting, of the Pearls meeting, he says, "That's when he gave me this information." The information is about Steve Motsumi. Steve Motsumi, it is a name that the 68 million people, excluding the independent podcasters, are the ones who have the guts to talk about. The rest of the media houses, it says mirror houses, but I think it meant to read media houses in South Africa, do not want to research that person. It's a name that has come out so many times, Steve Motsumi. He told me about Steve Motsumi. He gave me the address of the house of Steve Motsumi. He told me about the activities of Sibiya, how Sibiya is collecting money. He told me about the property of Sibiya that I did not know. He gave me the address. He told me about the imbalances. I think there too, what was meant to be the imbalances is meant to be impalas. He bought for Sibiya. This is all coming from Cat voluntarily. I do not have a clue about all these things. The properties in the townhouse, I think he meant the properties and the townhouse in, and then it says Sentinel, but I think that's meant to read Santon. Okay, did you follow that?
Yes, I did.
What discussion did you have with General Mkhwanazi about Mr. Motsumi?
Like I said before, Advocate, that this is something that we are going to contest in court, so I'd rather not comment on this thing.
Okay, can I ask you this? Did you speak to General Mkhwanazi about Mr. Steve Motsumi? Just yes or no?
I was asked the question, yes.
I think his answer was, I was asked a question.
Yes.
Okay, let me clarify that answer. When you say you were asked a question, who asked you the question?
General Mkhwanazi.
What did General Mkhwanazi ask you?
We're talking about Mr. Steve Motsumi.
But what did he specifically ask you? Did he say to you, do you know this person, or what?
I don't have a way to explain it to you because I will end up disclosing as part of our defense strategy. So this is a crucial part of which I think it led to my arrest, like I explained before. So I do not want to comment further on this part.
I want to understand your objection to answering. Are you saying that if you don't, that if you answer the question, you will incriminate yourself?
No, not incriminate myself. I'm saying I will.
So what right are you relying on not to answer? And we just remember we've had the conversation about.
Yes, yeah. I still have to present my case in court. And then this is a very crucial part of how I want to present my case in court. So disclosing this part is, yes, it won't incriminate myself, but it will be beneficial for me because it will explain how things unfolded. So this is the reason why I'm saying I do not want to comment on it, not because it's going to incriminate me. Yes, it's not going to incriminate me.
It will not incriminate
Yes.
you. But then I think, Mr. Matlala, I have to ask you to answer the question. And the question to you was, your first answer to me was, yes, you spoke about Steve Motsumi. The second the second answer was that you spoke about it because you were asked about him, and that it was General Mkhwanazi that asked you. And then my question, which you now don't want to answer, is what was General Mkhwanazi's question to you about Steve Motsumi? Right?
Yes.
You've got that.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Oh, are you done?
No, I see my learned friend wants to interject.
Yes.
Chairperson, at this stage, I think it's that moment where I need to address you on the issue of the client is, let me start there. Mr. Matlala has made it clear to you that he does not wish to disclose defense strategy. In terms of the provisions of Section 35, an accused person has the right to challenge evidence in a court of law, and part of that challenge of evidence in a court of law has got to do with litigation privilege, of course, the manner in which you present your case, the credibility of witnesses, etc. And I think in his own way, that is what the client is endeavoring to say. For me to disclose to you here why I don't want to answer those questions is going to be me disclosing defense strategy in my case. It relates to his arrest. It relates to the manner in which the arrest was effected, the reasons for the arrest. In other words, was it a lawful arrest? In other words, it's a challenge to the lawfulness of the arrest. These issues, if you can recall, he has dealt with in the supplementary affidavit. The events that unfolded after that relates to the statement that was made, the lawfulness of how that statement was obtained, the failure to afford him an opportunity to have legal representation, the fact that he was questioned without giving his rights for, I think, about 8 hours during the whole process. And I respectfully submit that this is one of those crystallized constitutional rights that an accused person has in law. Thank you, Chairperson.
Ms. Hassim.
Chair, this is a very broad and generalized assertion of a fair trial right. I hear what my learned friend is saying. Some of these points were raised in the supplementary affidavit by Mr. Matlala when they first sought to interdict the questioning. I wish to say the following. The first is, this is not a criminal court. It's an investigative commission. Mr. Matlala, in these proceedings, is not an accused. He's a witness. And an implicated witness must receive a fair opportunity to know, answer, and test material, and for us to be able to test evidence with the witness. It doesn't confer a right on the witness, the rights that my learned friend seems to be trying to advance should be protected here. It doesn't confer a right to suppress disputed material. The objections are about the search and seizure, unlawfulness of the arrest, and all of that. I think that what Justice Jafta made clear, and I just want to go to the paragraph directly, because there's an assumption, I think, that Section 35, as a fair trial right, is available to a witness in a commission simply for the asking. The minute you say, well, it's a Section 35 right, then it may be available in the commission, and that's not the case. So, for example, the submissions my learned friend makes about evidence that was obtained unconstitutionally, and I think that's in Section 35(5) of the Constitution, is not something, it is something that he may assert in his trial in due course. It remains available to him to do so, but it's not something that can be asserted here as the basis for not answering a question. And so it's paragraphs 90 let's start at paragraph 90 of the Justice Jafta judgment in the Zuma case. And what
is the difficulty, though, not this? There's the question of derivative material. He testifies, fine, this is not the criminal trial, but who knows, SAPS prosecutors and everybody are either listening or, like everybody else, will have access to the transcript. Hence, my reference to derivative material, and based on what they derive from that, that may then be used against Mr. Matlala. Then hence the argument about the unfairness of the trial eventually.
Well,
fine, the trial will be down the line, this is not the trial.
Well, but it is for the trial court to ensure the fairness of the trial. And so if that were to eventuate, and remember the scheme of the Commission's Act, rules and regulations, is you've got to answer questions, barring your privilege that exists under Section 3(4) of the Commission's Act. Any question that you answer that is self-incriminating may not be used against you. But yes, we know.
Why does that same reasoning not apply to that privilege then? That is, yes, the 1947 Act, there was no question of the Constitution because it was simply not there. But the witness is afforded the right to assert the privilege.
Yes.
So now that we have the Constitution, why can't a witness similarly say, but I have this right, that bears relevance to the trial. And why you assert the privilege is exactly because it bears relevance to the trial. So my point is, analogously, why is it that you cannot raise your fair trial rights here before the Commission?
Well, let me say this, Chair.
So the answer, sorry, so I'm very sorry to interrupt you. The answer cannot be, that's because it's not in the Commission's Act.
No.
Yes,
No.
yes.
And I hadn't completed my submissions on that. It's the Commission's Act is the starting point. The Commission's Act has, of course, been interpreted. And that's why the Justice Jafta judgment is so important, because it is testing the provisions, and it's in the context of an inquiry. And we know that this is a crystallization of the theme of the privilege against self-incrimination that started with Ferreira versus Levine. But let's not go there. Those were other contexts under the Companies Act. But what we know that the case law has made clear is that you have a privilege. If you answer, can't be used against you. And of course, there's this derivative evidence issue, which is if investigators independently find out information, then they could bring it to a trial. My argument is that part of the derivative evidence would be something for the trial court to control. It can't be something that prohibits this commission from its fact-finding mission and from the truth-seeking mission that's incumbent upon it. And so the Section 90 of the Justice Jafta judgment, it's quite plain. And
Paragraph?
Paragraph 90.
90.
90. Where he says, let me just say from the beginning, he says, although clumsily put, it is apparent that the respondent and his legal team believe that he has a right to remain silent during proceedings before the Commission. However, the right to remain silent that I am aware of is the one guaranteed by Section 35(1) and sub 3, 35 sub 1 and sub 3 of the Constitution and under the common law. But that right is evidently available to arrested and accused persons only. When he appears before the Commission, the respondent's status is that of a witness. He is not an arrested person, nor is he an accused person. Moreover, a witness in a criminal trial has no right to remain silent. And then he explains why there are cogent considerations that militate against permitting witnesses to invoke the right to remain silent. And really, Chair, that's the point I made. I'm not going to go into and read it. It's there, it's the Magidwana judgment, but it's the point that I'm trying to make, which is what is the function and purpose of this commission? And the truth-seeking function is why we are here. And the effect of what Mr. Matlala's legal representatives are submitting is that it will close this commission off, and for other witnesses too, who are still to come, from large parts of evidence that you would not have access to. So we have to distinguish between the commission and the proceedings in the commission and the later trials and the duties on the trial judge to ensure the fairness of that trial. I don't know whether, well, let me address it, because my learned friend referred to the evidence that was obtained. If I didn't hear that correctly, then I won't go into this. But I thought that was part of the reason for asserting the right, is the question of unconstitutionally obtained evidence, including through the search and seizure and the seizure of the cell phones, and then statements and recordings that were taken.
I think, Ms. Vandenhoefer went far wider than what we were dealing with, but I guess she did so because it's a point that she has been touching on repeatedly. But I guess it's useful that we deal with all of those issues at once.
That's right, Chair.
Yes.
I think that it's an issue that's cropped up before. And I understand that my learned friend's interjection now was to say, let's deal with this once and for all. So let me address the full scope of her submissions then. And so on the aspect of the evidence and the material that you are entitled to have reference to, what we know from the law is that the Commission is permitted to receive and to consider a wide scope of material. And we know this, of course, from the Sparks case, which was a pre-Constitution case, a 1980 judgment, but that was the one which said that a commission, an investigating commission, can have regard to any material in any way it finds it. Newspaper reports and even hearsay evidence. That was the Sparks judgment. It was a pre-Constitution judgment, but it has been upheld in numerous cases since then. And of course, one of the cases in which it was upheld was the Bongoza case, which you know very well, Chair, because you appeared in that case. And as life would have it, you appeared before Justice Jafta.
And if I were to blow my own horn, I was on the winning side.
And what Justice Jafta held in that case is that the commissioners are not required to follow and apply rules of evidence as they are applied in courts. The standard is much more flexible, and what is fair to a witness in a commission is not the same as what may be fair in a court hearing. And then my final point on that, and why I think we then get to 6.1, Rule 6.1, because that reflects, while I've heard the Chair's point about the 47 Act, the regulations and the rules.
That was just testing your argument, that's all.
Okay. I hope I've addressed.
No inclination one way or the other, just testing your argument.
I think, Chair, thanks, Chair. I've noted that the law that I've referred to now is encapsulated in Rule 6.1 because it makes it clear that the Commission may receive any relevant evidence, including evidence that might otherwise be inadmissible in a court of law. So, to the point about the unconstitutionally obtained evidence, you are entitled to have regard to that. The trial court will have to determine whether indeed that evidence was unconstitutionally obtained. But in fact, if we read 35.5,
it then has a discretion right at the end of the years, whether
it will render the trial unfair.
Yes.
So it's not an automatic exclusion. And so if it's not an automatic exclusion in that court, it should not be an automatic exclusion before this commission. So those are that's my response to my learned friend.
Also, I think in the evidence leaders' written submissions, you make a point which I found quite attractive, which was the commission does not have to reject the evidence, but rather must assess its cogency, I'm paraphrasing, based on everything, which may even include the very fact of the unlawfulness of how it was obtained, but weighing everything, taking everything into consideration, but not just rejecting on the basis that the evidence was obtained.
Indeed so, Chair. It will be probed, it will be tested, it will be weighed, and it will be weighed in the context of volumes of material that are relevant to that question, but also what is relevant to it is what the witness has to say about the particular topic or the particular piece of evidence we're dealing with. That's something that the Commission, too, should be able to weigh up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hassim. What's your response, Ms. van den Heever? And please address us specifically on paragraphs 90 and 91 of Jafta J's judgment, which was a unanimous judgment of the Constitutional Court.
Thank you. Let me start off by stating the following. At the time this judgment was delivered, Zuma was not appearing at that point before the Zondo Commission, as it then was, as an accused person. So he didn't have the rights of a suspect or an accused person to assert. If you go to, I think, paragraph 111 of the judgment, Justice Jafta makes it clear that the decision that needs to be decided before him, if you bear with me, he says, the real disputes about the respondent's attendance at the commission hearing for purpose of testifying and answering questions lawfully put to him. So his whole issue was that he believed at that point that as a witness appearing before the commission, he could assert purely as a witness the rights that's afforded under the Constitution to an accused person or to a suspect. And the issue of the suspect, of course, we know, I think it was the judgment, it's in the Gauteng division where Judge Catherine Satchwell made delivered judgment to say that those rights that's afforded to an accused is also afforded to a suspect. So that is against that background that we need to deal with the Jafta case. I've yesterday touched on the situation where I said to you, I do not believe that, that the moment that your rights that's afforded to you under Section 35 as an accused person suddenly cease just because you're called to become a witness before the commission. Because if that were to be so, those rights would be meaningless and would become a nullity down the line. In the SCA matter of State versus Mkhwanazi, PON and JA, where the majority said that it's clear that the rights in question exist from the inception of the criminal process, that's from arrest until its accumulation up to during the trial itself, etc., etc. Now, I take it one step further, and I respectfully submit to you, there is absolutely no indication. I could not find a single case that says that if the opportunity arises where you should and can assert those rights, that you are not afforded the opportunity to assert it just because you're not in the criminal process itself. We can, and I think the whole issue, the point that we're trying to make to you is that we've got certain fair trial rights. And part of your fair trial rights, as I said, that it's been crystallized over a period of time, and I addressed you quite a bit on it already yesterday, is that part of your fair trial is your litigation privilege that you hold. It means that you cannot be compelled to ahead of time make disclosures about how you're going to defend yourself, what you're going to the manner in which, for instance, you're going to deal with certain evidence, etc. That's but one aspect of it. My learned friend has addressed you on the issues, for instance, of the recordings that were made. And what we hold dear about that particular aspect is you want to put a reverse onus on us and by you, again, with respect, I mean the royal you, by saying there's now a reverse onus on you. You now have to assert certain rights before the commission, onus that you would never bear in a process where you are actually accused, to now come up with a reason why you should not answer, for instance, why certain recordings can't be used against you. In a trial, and I say for purposes of this commission, the same point will stand. You've got the right to say that before you can rely on a recording or before you can force me to answer questions about the recording, I'm saying to you that I've got a right to challenge the lawfulness of this recording, and part of it relates to whether my section 35 rights were adhered to when you made this recording or when you forced me to answer these questions. And part of that goes back to the issue, if you withhold a person his right to a legal representative and you question him for hours on end without giving him food or water, you infringe his right to with regard to the lawfulness of the statement you then wish to rely on. So what we say in that regard is, you want to now force us to answer questions about a statement where we believe we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that statement was unlawfully obtained. But because it's the commission and we now regard it as a witness, we are now forced to answer those questions without asserting our rights when it comes to that particular issue. I want to go to the section that my learned friend referred to. If you look at what paragraph 90 says, it says, although clumsily put, it is apparent that the respondent and his legal team believes that he is a right to remain silent during the proceedings before the commission. However, the right to remain silent that I'm aware of is the one guaranteed by section 35 sub 1 and 3 of the Constitution and under the common law. And then he goes on, he says it's a right to an accused person. Now, I respectfully submit, until such time as there is a judgment that rules to the contrary, I do not believe that the judgment of Zuma and that Mr. Justice Jafta, in the decision that he made then, said that those rights are not afforded an accused person when he appears before a commission, that those rights are taken away from him just because he becomes a witness before the commission, that he cannot exercise those rights before the commission just because he's a witness there. I respectfully submit that if we read what he said here, even what he says in paragraph 19, he recognized the fact that a person that appears before the commission would have, if he is an accused person, the rights that is afforded under section 35. And in fact, I go so far as to say that even yourselves, in your rules and your regulations, recognize the rights afforded a person in the Constitution when you deal with the issue of subpoenas. It's clear, it's almost a copy and paste out of the rights that one is accorded when you get served with a subpoena, a search or a seizure subpoena. So I respectfully submit that where the Constitution is the Supreme Court of this country, I do not believe, and I don't believe it was ever the intention, to take away a person who is rightfully recognized as an accused his section 35 rights just because he now appears as a witness before the commission.
In
and
paragraph, let's look closely at the wording of paragraph 90. It says, when he, that is the witness, appears before the commission, that was the respondent in that case. When he appears before the commission, the respondent's status is that of a witness. He is not an arrested person, nor is he an accused person. So when he is before the commission, he's not an accused. Even if the witness may be an accused before the criminal court, but before the commission, the status is that of a witness, says Justice Jafta in so many words. He is not an arrested person, nor is he an accused person. Moreover, a witness in a criminal trial has no right to remain silent. But I just focus on the two or so preceding sentences. Yes.
Sorry, Chairperson. I understand what Chairperson is intending to convey to me. I, however, say you need to read what he says here, Justice Jafta, in light of what transpired before him. He did not have an accused person or a person as an accused person who asserted those rights. The then President Zuma was merely a witness, and he tried to assert an accused person with Section 35 rights just as a witness. The situation that you're now dealing with, I respectfully submit, is completely different. You now have an accused person who might coincidentally also be a witness before you. And the mere fact that he is a witness, I respectfully submit, does not take away the rights that he's afforded under Section 35. Those rights, I respectfully submit, has found its being and is there, crystallized and spelled out, and then of course developed through case law for a very good reason. And I respectfully submit, I've not come across a single case that says those rights are only afforded to a person when he's an accused in a criminal trial. I respectfully submit many of those rights are asserted by people outside of the specific situation where he is directly dealing with being an accused or being a suspect. In other words, not necessarily in a situation where he is an accused. And my submissions to you, and I've made further submissions to you yesterday, I don't want to repeat all of it, is that until such time, I respectfully submit there is, let me go, I'll backtrack that. I respectfully submit that I do not believe that the Zuma judgment takes away the rights of an accused person if he is an accused, recognized, or a suspect person, or any of the other rights that are asserted. If he can indicate and demonstrate to the Commission that he has those rights because he is an accused or a suspect, or he wishes to challenge that evidence, when he appears before you, even as a witness, I respectfully submit he can assert those rights.
Two questions. The first one is in relation to the question asked, which is what did General Mkhwanazi ask? Was that the question? Yes. What is Mr. Matlala charged with in that regard? For your argument to make sense, because you are saying he's an accused. So he's an accused charged with what in relation to that question?
My understanding was he does not assert the right because he's an accused, and in a criminal context, if I answer it, I will incriminate myself, or I have the right. My understanding from what he said...
Then that would destroy your argument. That would destroy your argument because you are distinguishing his case on the basis that he happens to be an accused person, and therefore his situation is distinguishable from that which the Constitutional Court was dealing with in the case that we are focusing on.
May I complete my submissions to you, please, Chairperson?
No, I think this will actually...
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, his submission is, I'm an accused person in a trial, and I've got litigation privilege, I've got a strategy that I wish to deploy during that criminal trial as an accused person.
How does that criminal trial relate to the question that was asked? That's my question. What's he an accused in respect of, insofar as the question that was put by General Mkhwanazi to him was? Because otherwise your argument falls flat, because paragraph 90 and paragraph 91 will stand. It doesn't stand on your argument because you are distinguishing Mr. Matlala's situation. You are saying he is an accused, which was not the case in the Zuma case. So I'm saying, show us, I'm not saying he is not, I'm saying show us how he is an accused person in relation to the question that was put to him by General Mkhwanazi. Maybe you have an easy answer to that.
Chairperson,
Yes.
he yesterday indicated to the Commission on a question, I think, I'm not sure, one of the Commissioners might have put it to him. He said that when it comes to what transpired, it could even have been the day before, when it came to what transpired at the polls, that he is currently an accused, it relates directly to the charges that he's facing in Johannesburg. And if you can recall, I think he gave evidence on the last Monday when we were here. He said, at that point, General Mkhwanazi told me that I'm an accused person, I will be arrested. And he then went on to explain, but I do not want to deal with this further because what else transpired there is directly related to the case that I face in Johannesburg. Can I just
And you say that was yesterday. I'm not sure, if you're talking about yesterday, I'm not sure how, if at all, that relates to the questions being asked by Ms. Hassim right now.
It was...
Just a minute.
Chairperson, if I might just continue. So you
Yes,
will recall when I was addressing you, I said, and in fact, I addressed you on it the last Monday, and that is when this issue raised. I've indicated to you then, part of the whole case that Mr. Matlala is facing in Johannesburg, and that can be objectively established from the day he first appeared there, it was placed on record. He challenges the lawfulness of his arrest. He challenges the lawfulness of his further detention, and part and parcel of that whole arrest is linked up to what transpired at the polls, in other words, why he was arrested and why he's facing the charges that he is facing. Number two, the same submissions, as I said, goes for this, what we submit is an unlawfully obtained recording, as well as the rest of the defences as it folds out, because it all emanates from the moment of the arrest that what we submit was an unlawful arrest. So everything that happened from there, it's almost, it goes back to the, I know the Americans like to use it, we don't use it there, but for ease of reference, I'm going to, it's the fruits of a poisonous tree argument, and that is part and parcel of your defense strategy that you've got and that you can use and you can implement. It's part of your rights to challenge evidence and to adduce evidence. And if we are forced, and by we I now mean the royal we, if we are forced to now go and disclose the manner in which we intend to prove why we say we were unlawfully arrested and detained subsequently, and how this whole thing unfolded, we can just as well now, Chairperson, Mr. Mkhwanazi, Mr. Matlala can just as well now sit back and tell for everybody and anybody to hear exactly what's going to happen in the trial. And this, with respect, it comes back to what you said. It's a derivative evidence rule. It's applied in the Canadian Commission's situation. It's applied in Canada, it's applied in Australia and in England. And we know it's one of the biggest criticisms that there is of commissions, is the fact that derivative evidence is very often used to prevent a strategy down the line for people who later on appear in courts because of what has happened before a commission.
Do you know what would actually assist us to know if Mr. Matlala is actually an accused, which is the font of your argument or the springboard for your argument? It is this. An answer to the question put by Ms. Hassim, which is, what was General Mkhwanazi's question to you? That's going to tell us what all of this was about. And then it gets easier for us to know whether or not he was indeed an accused person. I'm not at this stage. I'm just engaging you on your argument because you are saying this judgment is distinguishable because there we are not dealing with an accused person. And when I ask you the direct question, okay, tell us what exactly Mr. Matlala is an accused in respect of, I'm not sure that I follow your response. I'm not sure. You are giving us generalized answers which do not say. In relation to that question, which you are putting to Mr. Matlala now, Ms. Hassim, Mr. Matlala is actually an accused person. In relation to that very, I've not heard you say that. Now, I'm saying, and in fact, I'm going to actually, I'm inclined, let me upfront say that, I'm inclined to overrule the objection insofar as it relates to answering just the question, what was General Mkhwanazi's question to you? I just do not see how that can ever affect Mr. Matlala's defense. Thereafter, I have no idea what will flow from the question, in fact, in particular, from Mr. Matlala's response. I just do not see, unless you show me, you show us how that a response to what was the question about, that has nothing to do with the rest of what then flowed or followed from his response to that. I just do not, unless you show me how. And I hope the response will be brief.
Yes, Chairperson. The fact of the matter is, the fact that you are an accused person in a trial affords you all the other rights under Section 35.
I've heard that.
Chairperson,
I've heard that. Yes.
But Chairperson, with the greatest of respect,
yes,
if I'm an accused in a murder trial, I am afforded the right to challenge evidence and adduce evidence. I have the right to challenge the lawfulness of my arrest or not. I don't need to, before you, with the greatest respect, as a witness now say, because I've already indicated, I'm an accused person in the Johannesburg case. The fact that you are entitled to challenge under 35 certain evidence, to exercise your rights under 35, does not need to be related directly to a specific charge. The charge is there, he is an accused person. That's accepted by everybody. So you don't need to your specific challenge that you launch. And the reason why you don't want to...
But Mr. Matlala is an accused person in respect of something specific or issues that are specific. So the direct question has been, insofar as this question is concerned, does that relate to anything that he is specifically charged with? It cannot just be the broad question that he happens to be an accused person.
Person, he said to you, I am charged as an accused person in Johannesburg with various offences.
That says nothing. Are you done with your submissions, at least on this point? Just on this point? Because my indicated inclination, are you done with your submissions on it? My indicated inclination, which is that my inclination is to overrule your objection insofar as it relates to the question and an answer to it. That's what you are responding to. Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, Chairperson, if you do wish to overrule us, I'm going to ask you with respect, if you can please explain to us why, so that we can understand the reason why you...
I already did when I indicated my inclination. I said, I just do not for the life of me see how responding to a question that asks, what question were you asked? I do not for the life of me see how that will impact the rights that are being asserted. There it is. Are you done with your submissions then?
Just one last thing, Chairperson.
Yes.
If you wish to assert a specific right, and part of that right is to challenge the evidence of a witness that's directly related to the reason why you arrested or not. I respectfully submit that gives you full reason not to answer this question.
Thank you
Chair.
very much.
Chair, I need to say something because I need to correct something.
Oh, all right.
And so it's important for me to have an opportunity to address you very briefly. The first thing is on the question of an accused. Mr. Zuma was an accused at the time he was appearing in the Zondo Commission. So it's not correct to say that he was not an accused. The second thing I wanted to correct is that Ms. van den Heever relies on the judgment of Justice Satchwell, and I believe it's in the Sibiya case. Yes, right. So what that case assists my learned friend, so she relies on that, but she doesn't tell you that there are other cases that take a different point of view from Justice Satchwell. And in fact, there are at least 2 cases that take a different point of view. One is the judgment in S versus Ndlovu, where it received not full support, it received qualified support. Chair, I'll provide the citation in a minute. And the second is the State versus Langa and others, where the court declined to follow Justice Satchwell's approach in the Sibiya case on the grounds that a suspect did not enjoy the rights of an arrested or detained person. There's also this case of the S versus Mtetwa, where the court also declined to follow Justice Satchwell's reasoning. Now, those judgments, I must give you the citations of first. Let me do that first. So, State versus Ndlovu is 1997, volume 12 of the Butterworth's Constitutional Law Report, so BCLR, page 1785, and it's N in brackets, the old N. S versus Langa is 1998, volume 1, SACR, the Criminal Law Reports, page 21, in brackets T, the old T. And then State versus Mtetwa is 2004, volume 1, SACR 449, and it's the Eastern Cape Division. Now, it couldn't be more clear that there is no authority then for the proposition that Ms. van den Heever, other than Satchwell's judgment, which has differing treatment by everyone else. So there isn't
Which is also a High Court judgment.
Which are High Court judgments. So the law is contested. And let me take it one step further then, Commissioner Baloyi, because it was noted by the Supreme Court of Appeal subsequently, and for that, the judgment, Chair, is State versus Matlala, Makhala, and the neutral Safley citation is 2022, ZASCA 19. And it's a judgment of Justice Unterhalter. And the paragraph I'd like to refer you to is paragraph 29 of that judgment. And the first sentence of that paragraph says, Justice Unterhalter, our case law has not taken a consistent approach as to whether the rights recognized in Section 35 that are of application to arrested or detained persons are also enjoyed by persons suspected by the police of committing a crime who have not been arrested or detained. And he says that the summary of this is set out in State versus Ori. You can read it in the Unterhalter judgment, the inconsistent approach that our courts in the High Court have taken. And he takes it, this is arbiter on his part, where he says any such rights of a suspect cannot derive from Section 35, because Section 35 is concerned with rights of arrested, detained, and accused person, etc. Now, I'm not going to read all of it. That's his view. It's arbiter. For the purposes of this decision, he says he'll assume that the rights apply, and then he still finds against the proposition. So it's summarized, again, by the Supreme Court of Appeal. So the Satchwell judgment is not a judgment I would say we can rely upon for the proposition.
Chairperson, in my learned friend's speech, I could have quoted all the other cases where it was...
Just a minute, I'll listen to you just now. Yes, Ms. Fannin here. Just before that, perhaps, Ms. Hassim, can you please remind us why you say former President Zuma wasn't accused in the context of Justice Jafta's judgment?
Well, he was accused in the arms deal-related corruption case, and part of the evidence and the questioning, etc., in the Zondo Commission would have revolved around that. That was the essence of the Zondo Commission's mandate.
Which then makes it subject to what Ms. Fannin here first says, it makes it analogous. Yes, you wanted to. Thank you, Ms. Hassim. Yes, yes.
Chairperson, first of all, the Sibiya case was followed in 8 different matters in this country and 3 more in Namibia. So it's not a matter that just stands there in isolation. It was followed many more times when it was discarded or where there was rulings against it but in other divisions, as an example. That's number one. Why I'm saying that whole judgment in Zuma was not decided against the background of him specifically giving evidence and invoking his right as an accused person. Remember what happened there is he just refused to go and give evidence. He ran away from giving evidence. And then they endeavored to invoke his right to silence from, let's say, almost from the side. So it's a totally different scenario than what you are dealing with a person that's giving evidence and now invoking the right as an accused person. Thank you.
I'm not sure that in substance I get that distinction, but you've made your point, we've heard it. But I'm not sure that in substance it makes sense. I said I was inclined to overrule your objection. I now do so. I overrule the objection that Mr. Matlala is legally and indeed constitutionally entitled not to answer Ms. Hassim's question. Mr. Matlala, you will have to answer the question. Just a minute. With regard to the wider constitutional issues that have been raised by Ms. van den Heever, I'm not in a position to make a reasoned ruling. So what I will rather say is, let us see if Ms. Hassim is able to ask questions that will not necessarily raise or implicate the sort of issues that we've heard being raised. Let us see if that is practical from where you are sitting, so that we use time as fruitfully as possible for the rest of the day. So about a ruling on the rest of the broader issues, a ruling may be made perhaps tomorrow morning, I do not know, yeah.
Noted, Chair.
Yes.
If I could just clarify that it wouldn't be...
Or what, Friday? No. Perhaps I should not tie myself to the issue of making a ruling. Let the issues be raised in respect of specifics. Like, for example, now, the Section 35 point has just been raised in relation to an issue on which I believe, hence my ruling, it does not make legal sense at all. So perhaps let me not tie myself to the need to issue a ruling. Let us hear those issues, not raised in a generalized manner, but rather raised in respect of specific questions. And we've heard the argument, and perhaps we'll be better placed to deal with them at that stage, as and when they arise. So if you could please repeat your question.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Hassim.
Sorry, Chair, before you proceed.
Yes.
Can I please, after answering this question, can I please just rush to the bathroom and then we'll continue after, please?
Let's adjourn. We'll come back when it's indicated. Please repeat your question, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Matlala, let me just reverse a moment so that we bring back the context to the question, because we've spent some time on other matters. So it's 1, 2, 3 paragraphs from the bottom, just to take you back to the discussion on Mr. Motsumi, right? And that's where General Mkhwanazi says the information is about information you gave him. This is when he gave me this information, the information about Steve Motsumi. He gave the address of the house of Steve Motsumi. He told me about the activities of Sibiya, how Sibiya is collecting money, etc. You've got that paragraph.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, the question to you is, what you said that you only told him this in response to a question from General Mkhwanazi, correct?
Yes.
What was the question that General Mkhwanazi put to you?
The question was if General Sibiya is collecting money from anyone in Gauteng.
So that question doesn't refer to General Motsumi. A question to you that...
Mr. Motsumi.
Mr. Motsumi.
Yes, I was getting to that, yes.
Oh, okay, so I'm sorry, I heard you say that he asked you whether anyone in Gauteng...
Yes.
That's not a question that says, is Mr. Motsumi paying General Sibiya?
Of course, yes, yeah.
Okay, so that's not the question then that General Mkhwanazi asked you.
No, he asked me if I know of anyone who General Sibiya, yes, is collecting money from in Gauteng. And then I said, and then the following question was, do I know General, oh, not General, do I know Mr. Steve Motsumi?
So when General Mkhwanazi said to you, do you know anyone in Gauteng who is paying General Sibiya, did you answer him before he asked you about Mr. Motsumi, or did he immediately ask you about Mr. Motsumi?
No, Mr. Motsumi, it was a follow-up question.
So what was the answer to the first question?
Like the anyone question?
Yes.
Yes.
What was the answer to that question?
I said yes.
And did you then volunteer names, or did he then immediately say, well, what was his next question? Let me not frame the question for you.
Yes, yeah, the next question was if Mr. Motsumi knows Mr. General Sibiya.
Was there no follow-up to your response that General Sibiya was collecting money from people in Gauteng? Did General Mkhwanazi not seek to know who he was collecting money from?
Yes, he did.
And did you give him the names?
Not the names. This is where I said I do not want to incriminate myself.
So we already have an answer from you that it wasn't you that was giving money to Mr. Sibiya, to General Sibiya, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And you said he was being paid by others, right? So now General Mkhwanazi brings in Mr. Motsumi. He's the one who introduced the name Mr. Motsumi, right?
Yes.
And did he ask you whether Mr. Motsumi pays General Sibiya?
Yes, I think he did, yes.
And what was your answer to that?
These are the answers that I say that I do not want to incriminate myself.
I need to understand how answering that question will incriminate yourself, because that's why I took you back to your earlier answer where you said you yourself did not make any payments to General Sibiya. So how will you incriminate yourself by saying that this person paid General Sibiya? I need to understand that because it doesn't seem to follow for me.
I explained earlier that I have a trial and then I have a case to answer, and then this specific question that you're asking me now, these are part of the heart of my trial, of my case.
Sorry, Mr.
Chairperson,
Matlala.
that relates directly to the issues under PRECA. PRECA is quite clear about that, and I can understand why he then says he doesn't want to answer.
Just a moment. Which case is this? Because I had understood that the case in Johannesburg is an attempted murder and weapons and conspiracy related to that murder.
Okay, Commissioner, let me just clarify, because I see we didn't even have a chance to clarify that. This very same case of attempted murder, I have a plan, not a plan, there is a strategy that we need to present in court, that how did I end up being arrested. So part of my presentation, it includes my interaction with General Mkhwanazi in his apartment. And then it includes the very same topic that we're engaging in now. And then, because something along my discussion with General Mkhwanazi went wrong, or someone whispered something, so I just don't want to go there, because now I'm saying things that I don't want to say. But I want to clarify some other things in court, that how did I end up being arrested. It's because of this very same topic that we're discussing now.
So you intend to challenge your arrest?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And because you intend to challenge your arrest, you're not prepared to answer questions about the discussions that took place on the 14th of April 2024?
Not only to challenge my arrest, the build-up of my case, that how did I end up to be where I am now? Where did it start? If it wasn't for this kind of engagements and topics, I wouldn't be where I am now. So this is very important to me, because if I say it now, I might as so then I wouldn't even have a place to start to present my case in court.
I must say I have serious difficulty with that, because you told us here that when you first met General Mkhwanazi that very same day, he told you that there's already a warrant for your arrest in relation to that case. That's how I understood your evidence.
Yes. But that warrant has been standing, and then I don't know if maybe I can submit in private, because doing this now is it's not going to be fair on me, but I can submit it before the end of today now, just to, for me to explain this, I need to go to the case. There's no other way. I just need to make you understand why I'm saying I want to challenge the build-up of my case, how I ended up being arrested. Yes, I'm facing an attempted murder charge, but even that said warrant, it's been standing, and for it to be where it is now, I think for me to prove it is just to submit to you, and then you can see it first and judge it that, okay, this is where he's going with this thing. But for me to say it now, it will unfortunately spoil my case.
Subject to a further explanation by you, Mr. Matlala, I fail to understand how telling us who the Gauteng people, excluding you, because you've said you did not pay General Sibiya, how telling us who the Gauteng people from whom General Sibiya received or receives money, how that's going to impact your case adversely, I do not understand. And again, let me up front say I'm inclined to rule that you must answer the question. But as I said at the beginning, this is subject to any further explanation you may give. This is only about you to the extent that it's you who's going to answer the question, and who answered the question in response to General Mkhwanazi. But for that, it's not about you. It is about those people that you said, I assume you did say, General Sibiya was receiving money from. It's about them, not about you. So subject to a cogent explanation by you, I do not understand the point you are making. So I do afford you a further opportunity perhaps to explain in the light of what I've just said.
Thank you, Chair. The first thing is there are no other names. The person who was just mentioned, it was only Mr. Motsumi and General Sibiya. But he said people in Gauteng, but he didn't mention any names except the name of Mr. Motsumi and General Sibiya. So I cannot give names that I don't know, except the name of Mr. Motsumi and General Sibiya.
So so you did not give General Mkhwanazi any name?
No, no.
But your answer was, your response was in the positive. You said, yes, General Mkhwanazi does receive payments or collect money from people plural in Gauteng. Sibiya, General Sibiya. You've said that already in response to Ms. Hassim.
In plural.
So it's those names that I'm asking for.
No, I don't think, maybe you heard wrong. I never said in plural. The names that were mentioned, it was only Mr. Motsumi and
Mr.
General
Motsumi.
Sibiya, only,
All right.
not in plural. In plural.
Oh, then I misunderstood. I misunderstood.
Sure, but it still doesn't answer my question, which is, did Mr. Motsumi pay General Sibiya?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Now, on your on that same paragraph, where General Mkhwanazi talks about Steve Motsumi, and he says you told him how Sibiya is collecting money. So you're saying that you did not say this. You're therefore disputing what General Mkhwanazi said in this, in Parliament. Because what he is saying is that he told me about Steve Motsumi, gave me the address of Steve Motsumi, told me about the activities of Sibiya, how Sibiya is collecting money, etc. So now you're saying you don't know, but that contradicts what General Mkhwanazi says here, which is that you said how Sibiya is collecting money. So it's one of two things. Either you don't know, and that stands, whether Mr. Motsumi is, but then it raises the chair's question again, which is that there's somebody else then who makes payments to General Sibiya. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand, but
Okay.
okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If there is someone, then I wouldn't know. So the first thing is that I need to bring to attention is General Mkhwanazi himself already had information. So he was just asking me if I know about what he knows. So it's not like I went there because of my tendered complaints. So then he asked me about these things. So
when he says that you told him how Sibiya is collecting money, that's not correct. You did not tell him that.
no, I said to you that for that I do not want to incriminate myself, and I do not want to comment on that.
Okay. So you're saying you don't know whether he received money from Mr. Motsumi. He received money from others, that you know, but you don't want to name them. That's your position.
Yes.
And I need to ask you then, because it's the same reasoning that applies to the question on Mr. Motsumi. Why would telling this commission who the other people are that pay Mr. Sibiya would incriminate you? Why would that incriminate you?
Maybe when I'm saying incriminating, I'm using the wrong word. I'm basing this on, again, my case in court. So maybe incriminating is not the right word that I'm using, because I'm repeating again that I still have a case to present in court. So I'm already saying a lot here, than meaning that at least leave me with half. I can go to court with half. So don't take everything. So because now you want me to disclose everything here, and then I'll be left with nothing. Just don't strip me naked, please.
Chairperson,
I understand what your position is. You, on this line of questions, you're not claiming a privilege against self-incrimination. You are refusing to answer the question because you say it will compromise your defense strategy. Am I correct? That's the position you've adopted.
Yes, you're correct.
Thank you.
I want to say this. The case you have to defend yourself against is an attempted murder case. My take from what you are saying is that you don't want to incriminate other people, and that's the real reason why you don't want to answer that question.
Can I comment on that, Commissioner? You still don't take it that when I say the way I ended up being arrested, it has to do with my interactions with General Mkhwanazi.
I'm prepared to accept that. The question now is, who are the other people that were paying General Mkhwanazi money? Sorry, General Sibiya. Or who did you tell General Mkhwanazi that other people are paying money to General Sibiya? And that's the question you're refusing to answer. And you say, yes, there are, but I don't want to mention. And that's why I'm saying my takeaway from that is the issue is not you incriminating yourself. You've already admitted that to Commissioner Baloy. The issue seems to me is you don't want to criminate those people that you know are allegedly giving money to General Sibiya. That's how I see it. And I don't speak for my co-commissioners. I'm speaking only for myself.
You are speaking for me because that's exactly the point the last point I engaged Mr. Matlala on. I even said, this is only about you because the answer came from you, but otherwise it's not about you, it's about those other people. So whatever the right that you are asserting may be, simply does not make sense in this context. Ms. Vanderheefer, let me give you an opportunity.
I'm trying to find a practical solution here for this issue because I don't want us... In his evidence under oath during the ad hoc committee, when he gave evidence, General Mkhwanazi on this very day or the next day said he recorded the whole interaction between himself and Mr. Matlala. Maybe I can ask that that be disclosed to us. That would make it very easy for us to deal with the issues. I'm sure that that evidence must be available, and I can take my client through it and we can deal with it then before yourselves. No. That's a very simple answer. You utilize...
No, Ms. Vandenheefer, no. The witness can say that if he wants to, and he will be engaged about that kind of response. In fact, it has happened where he has referred us to other people and he was told why that was inappropriate or that doesn't help the questions that are being asked. You let the witness answer questions, please. This is not an objection. You are not objecting.
And I'm not answering for him. That's
and you're not
what I'm
arguing
saying.
a point, but you've answered the question for him. I suggest you let Mr. I think Mr. Matlala has shown to be competent. He understands the questions. I said earlier, and I meant it when I said, I assume that his legal representatives have advised him about what he can do, what defenses he can take. But I think, let him answer the questions, please.
Matlala, you heard me that my takeaway from all of this is that your concern is not the worry that you'll implicate yourself. Your concern is the worry that you will implicate those people that you told General Mkhwanazi that General Sibiya is collecting money from. And that's your real reason for not wanting to answer this question.
No, that's not the real reason, Commissioner. I already said that I do not know if Mr. Motsumi was giving General Sibiya money. So I cannot say something that I do not know. So what I said I know is that, yes, other people, which I cannot name people that I do not know. But I will know the facts, yes, but maybe the question that you're supposed to ask me is, how do I know that?
Maybe then, because you've just said now, I know that he's collecting money, but I don't know the people he's collecting money from. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
And then you said, maybe if I ask you, how do you know those facts, then you will be able to elaborate.
Yes, not the names of the people
No,
who are
I'm
giving
past
me
that.
money.
You said you don't
Yes.
know the names.
Yes.
But you are able to elaborate if I ask you, how do you know that?
Yes.
Yes, so I'm giving you the opportunity.
So you want me to mention the name?
You don't know the names, but you
No,
know
the
the
name-
facts and you are able to elaborate. So I'm giving you the opportunity to elaborate.
Okay. From a third person, not from him directly.
but what from a third person?
Come again?
From a third person, but not him directly.
Yes.
What did you hear from a third person and not him directly?
I heard him saying that he went to collect money.
With who?
I'm saying I heard the third person saying that he went to collect money.
Who went to collect money?
It's the third person that is saying I'm not willing to mention his name.
So the third person, you had a third person say that third person went to collect money, or did you hear from the third person that General Sibiya went to collect money?
Yes.
I think that's what we're seeking to clarify. Is it the second one?
Yes.
A third person told you, or you heard from a third person, that
To-
General Sibiya went to collect money?
The third person told me.
Yes.
Yes.
That General Sibiya collected money?
Yes.
All right.
From the third person, from that third person? General Sibiya went to collect money. This you are told by a third person. Did General Sibiya collect the money from that person, that third person, or from some other person?
No, that person, I will say maybe he was. How can I put it? What can I say? Someone, a middleman. I don't know how to mention it.
Did you say a middleman?
Yeah, let me say a middleman, yes.
They were a conduit of money.
Come again?
That third person was a conduit of money between General Sibiya and somebody else.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Thank you.
And the somebody else, do you know who that somebody else is?
Yes, I know.
And who is that person?
It's Agent Ngosi.
Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes.
I just want to be clear. Are you saying that Sergeant Nkosi is the middleman, or that Sergeant Nkosi is the one who's making payments?
No, I said the middleman.
The middleman. Okay. My question was actually who is making the payment through Sergeant Nkosi?
Yes, I said I don't know.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that answer? Because it seems inconsistent with what you've been saying earlier. Because we've been going around this issue about other people making payments. And my understanding is that earlier you said you were aware of other people who made payments, but you did not want to mention their names. So you're saying now that you don't know the person who made the payment, but you know that the payment conduit was Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes, I said I do not want to mention his name, but now you said I have to mention the name, so I just did.
Okay, but you don't know who Sergeant Nkosi is paying the money on behalf of?
Yes, I said I don't know
You
that.
don't know. I'm going to move off that particular line of questioning, Commissioners, unless you have anything. But not off the issue entirely, because the question of the attempted murder charge, you say that the developments of that case have got to do with this interaction that you had with General Mkhwanazi. If I understood you correctly, that this meeting,
Yes.
you think, sparked a campaign against you, in other words.
Yes.
And you say, and why is it that you say that, first of all? Why do you say that?
Because I just found out after that he even mentioned it, that I think he was in, I don't know whether it was IDOC or here the committee, that after I left his place, I went to, I don't know to who, and then I spoke about my meeting with him.
Oh, I see. So it wasn't actually this meeting then, it was your evidence in ad hoc.
Not my evidence. I'm saying I don't remember whether he gave evidence in ad hoc or here, but there is somewhere where I read in this, I think it's ad hoc, yes, where he said after I left his place, he heard, I don't know from who, that I was telling, I don't know who, but because he didn't mention names, that I've mentioned my meeting, the meeting that I had with him, and then I twisted the story. So I think, I don't know, but I'm just now assuming that I'm thinking that there's someone who told him something which is not what I think, but I didn't get an opportunity anyway to explain that to him. But obviously someone told him something which is different from what I know.
Okay. And you say he said this when he was
I
giving evidence?
think it was ad hoc committee, yes.
I think I might be able to find the reference. Give me a moment, please. Okay, well, while we look for it, you are the one that introduced the topic of your attempted murder charge at this meeting at the Pearls, isn't that so?
No, it's not. I did not even know that I had a charge.
You didn't know about it?
Yes.
Okay, so on the same page, 228, where General Mkhwanazi says, if I can just take you, it's 2 paragraphs from the bottom. And he says, so I take note of all of these things. So now this is the paragraph immediately after the Motsumi and the payments and all of that. And what General Mkhwanazi says, so I take note of all of these things. And then he asked one thing, but the other one was just a comment, which I could not do much about. The first one was, I've got this contract, I've got so many people I should be paying, but I have not paid, but the police are not placing an order. Can you get General Nkua to meet up with me so we can discuss and get to hear what the issue is? Then I said, I will talk to General Nkua, but I do not know anything about the contract, but I will talk to her. The feedback will come to Senona. That is 1. 2, what is the next thing? The next thing is that I hear that there is an investigation in Gauteng into the attempted murder of his ex-girlfriend. What is happening on that? I said, no, do not ask me that question. I am not in Gauteng, I am here. I cannot even answer any question. If you have issues with it, General Snowden is your brother. I don't think that's meant to be Snowden. The only Snowden I know is a whistleblower, American whistleblower. Maybe it's Senona. General Senona is your brother, because we know you've already described him as your brother. Must talk to General Khumalo and establish what the issue is. Now, what General Mkhwanazi is saying here is that you asked him about this investigation in Gauteng into the attempted murder of your ex-girlfriend. So is he not being truthful here when he says this?
Thanks, Advocate Hassim. First of all, what he said to me, even himself, I think they didn't give him full information, because he said to me, my girlfriend from Limpopo. So I said, no, which one? And then he said, the one that she was an actress in Movango. Then I knew that she was talking about the one in Gauteng, not Limpopo. So it cannot be that I told him about that. So it's him who said to me, the warrant now at this stage, it is not being signed even by the magistrate. It has only been signed by the prosecutor. So, but after whatever, I don't know who told him, I don't know what, and then that warrant ultimately went, and then it was signed by the magistrate now. But he told me that at this stage, it was only signed by the prosecutor, so I did not know that there was a warrant that was standing up. I wouldn't even go confront him. for me, I will think that he might even arrest me. So if I knew that, okay, there was a warrant that he had, first thing that I was going to do is just to hand myself over to the police. So I wouldn't want to discuss something that I know it wouldn't benefit me with anything.
Okay, so you're confirming that he was not being truthful when he said this?
I don't know, I'm not saying he was not being truthful, maybe he's confusing the facts.
Okay, so you're not saying he's not being truthful, but you say maybe he's confused. And you say that you did not ask him. That's what you're really trying to say. You did not ask him about the attempted murder investigation.
I did not know that it existed by then.
Okay. So do you know when the warrant was signed?
Yes, I know.
When was it signed?
On the 13th of May, 2025.
Okay.
A day before I was arrested.
The day before you were arrested?
Yes.
Okay. So, on the issue of well, no, let me not go there because I know you're not going to answer about the contract. Let me go back to the question of the Nangi, which we didn't close, that Nangi docket, which we spoke about. Now, the Nangi issue came up in the meeting at the Pearls, right?
Yes.
And did you convey, if I understood your evidence earlier, you had not yet met with Mr. Nangi?
By then, yes.
By then?
Yes.
You had not yet met with him?
Yes.
So you undertook to speak to Mr. Nangi to encourage him to withdraw the charges, to withdraw the complaint, rather?
Yes.
Yes.
But before that, I explained to Mr. Senona before we even went to him that my wife and Mr. Nangi's wife are very close because the kids go to the same school.
Yes.
Yes.
So you subsequently went to speak to Mr. Nangi, and I suppose, and I think you said you don't recall when?
Yes, I don't recall when, yes.
And
So ask, why would you be discussing Mr. Nangi before General Mkhwanazi meeting and in fact even before you get these documents? Why would you be discussing Mr. Nangi with General Senona?
I explained that earlier, Commissioner, that he told me that they wanted help to convince Mr. Nangi to withdraw the charges.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, my question is, for him to speak to you about Mr. Nangi, he must know something about your relationship or your interactions or your dealings with Mr. Nangi, and because otherwise there is no explanation why he even starts the conversation with you about Mr. Nangi and not anyone else in your complex or anyone else down your road. So what is it that gives him an in into discussing Mr. Nangi with you?
He is the one who arrested Mr. Not him personally, but his team. And then they arrested him in the same estate that I live in. And then he asked me if I know him, because at that day there was a lot of police in that estate. And I told him that I do not know him, but I know my wife knows his wife. So I will ask through my wife, and then I'll go to know Mr. Nangi.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassim, didn't General Senona say when he found out that Mr. Matlala was neighbors with a suspected kidnapper, he wanted to warn Mr. Matlala because he's his friend? Sorry, Mr. Matlala. Wasn't that his evidence?
yes, that was his evidence. Before we go there, Commissioner Khumalo, I just want clarity in response to the question that Commissioner Baloy asked when you said it was his team that did this arrest. Whose team?
Mr. Senona.
Senona's team. Okay. Commissioner Khumalo, do you have a question about, I mean, You can go there. I'm also going to get there at some point, but I'm happy for you to
I
do
think
it.
you deal with it because I just saw the transcript that you were in fact leading that evidence, so I'm going to leave that to you.
But I don't have the transcript, that particular reference with me now. So if you have the reference and wish to go there, that's fine, but either way.
But I'm not sure if you are able to comment, Mr. Matlala, but Mr. General Senona in his evidence, when we asked him why he shared the Nangi dossier with you, he said because you were close and he had just found out that a known kidnapper is living in the same complex as you, and he wanted to warn you as his friend about him so that you watch yourself and your kids, I suppose. Do you know anything about that?
And then the documents that he sent me?
Yes.
Yeah.
The complaint with the...
It was not a
remember,
warning.
it has Mr. Nangi's charge sheet, it has his ID numbers, it has the complaint against the 6 policemen who allegedly arrested him or harassed him.
Or you saying the documents he sent me because as a warning?
Yes.
I did not know that, Commissioner.
Did he have that discussion with you when he sent you those documents?
No. What I know that he asked me, but obviously I knew that arrest when it happened, it is in the estate. I think everybody knew about it. So he asked me, I said, yes, I know him. Obviously the school is the same school as my son and his son. Then I said, yeah, through my wife I can ask that. So that's what I know. So
the only issue he discussed with you in relation to Mr. Nangi was, do you know him? Can you talk to him about the complaint against the other police?
it was about to withdraw the charges.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you say that's why he sent you these documents, in your understanding. He sent the documents because he was giving you this information so that you could speak to Mr. Nangi.
Not about the warning.
Yeah, no, to drop the charge, to drop the complaint against
Yes.
General Mkhwanazi and others. Thank you.
I can put a different proposition to you, that it wasn't provided to you to request that you to speak to him to withdraw the charges against General Mkhwanazi, but it's to request that he withdraws the charges against General Senona's team.
His team, yes.
Yes.
Whose team?
General Senona's team. If you want to have a look, we were looking at it earlier. It's, oh gosh, this file 2.1.
I think it's this one.
Page 22 and 23. Do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
Okay, so you'll see who the complaint is made against. And on 22, you'll see that it begins with a Durban Metro police officer, and then it has a private individual who works at Vision Tactical, a Yassine Teba, who works at Vision Tactical. And then Yakub Desai, also seems to be somebody who works in the private security industry. And then you've got Captain Enoch, who is with DPCI KZN. And then you've got a constable from SAPS. You've got Colonel Dawood from the anti-kidnapping unit. You have General Mkhwanazi as the provincial police commissioner, and then another Colonel Dina Govender, who is with the DPCI KZN. So you'll see that the provincial Hawks members were involved in this arrest, right? That was General Senona's team.
Okay.
So my proposition to you is that the reason General Senona sent you these more than 200 pages with all of this confidential information is to try to get you to withdraw, to get Mr. Nangi to withdraw the complaint against his team, that it wasn't actually in General Mkhwanazi's interest that he was asking you to do this and sending you the documents, but in his own interests.
Yes, but I wouldn't know that.
Okay, so I thought you mentioned earlier that he spoke about his team that was involved. He
Yes.
didn't say to you.
Yes, but
That-
he also mentioned General Mkhwanazi.
Okay, but he didn't say to you specifically anything about his team.
No, he mentioned his team, yes, and then he said he's not involved. It's his team and General Mkhwanazi.
Right. So when you met then at the Pearls, remember he sends this to you 10 March. Now you meet at the Pearls 15 April. Did you understand from this meeting, because you say you only met then with Mr. Nangi after this meeting, was this an understanding from you to be a quid pro quo for General Mkhwanazi facilitating access to General Mkhua for you?
Advocate Hassim, I don't understand Latin. What is quid pro quo?
Okay. Was this an exchange for him doing you a favor in relation to General Mkhua, that you would then ask Mr. Nangi to drop this?
Yes, I assume that, yes.
You thought it was a quid pro quo, it was a favor, it was an exchange you were doing for General Mkhwanazi. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I thought so, yes.
So when you spoke to Mr. Nangi, what did you say to Mr. Nangi?
I explained to him exactly that to withdraw the charges. I told him that Mr. General Senona is very close to me, so I asked him to do this because on behalf of because General Senona was very concerned about his team. So I was doing this on his behalf, yes. Because I did not know General Mkhwanazi anyway, yeah, so I couldn't say he's my friend or something. So the only person who was close to me, it was General Senona.
So if I understand you correctly, what you said to Mr. Nangi is, General Senona is close to me, my older brother, he's very concerned about his team. Can you drop this complaint?
Yes.
And then what did Mr. Nangi say to you?
I think he gave me 2 or 3 days, and then after he came back, he said to me, he can do it, but his brother-in-law and his other, I don't know whether he's a friend or accused or whatever, they refused to do it. And I told that to General Senona.
Okay, and then you communicated that reluctance to General Senona, isn't that so?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
Say that again?
How did you communicate it to him?
I don't remember whether I called or I saw him, because I saw him a couple of times, like I mentioned, so I don't know whether I called him or we met.
Okay, so in your ad hoc, if I could just jog your memory, it's at page 27. Page 27.
Yes. It's funny, I can see the
You can see it on the screen.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Now, it's quite small, and there are no line numbers. So I'm going to try to direct you there. It's about a third of the way up the page. There's an exchange between you and Mr. Arendse. You see that, Advocate Arendse?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And he asks you this question, and let me know if you can find it. He says, then you say you communicated Nangi's reluctance to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi via General Senona. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you say, can you repeat that? And then he reminds you, in the draft statement, you said you communicated it to General Senona. You see that?
Of course, yes.
And then he asks you, how did you do that? And you say, I called him. And then Advocate Arendse confirms, you called Senona to tell him that you spoke to Nangi, and he was not prepared, and your answer to that is yes. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. So you called General Senona.
Okay.
Well, it's not for me to say, okay, you agree that you called him.
No, yes, I called, yes, I can see now here from the transcript that I called him.
Okay. Now, when General Senona was here before this commission, he said, and maybe we should go there, it's file 2, page 85. You've got it?
No,
Got
I'm
it?
I
don't see
thought
the
I'll see
screen
the
side.
screen, yeah.
Do you have it?
It's fine, I'll check it. Yeah. No, it's fine, it's here, yeah.
You've got it, all right. Okay, so this was when General Senona was testifying before the commission on the 28th of January 2026. And he says, he contradicts you on this point. He says, I never met with Mr. Matlala to discuss the withdrawal of the case by Mr. Nangi. And even in the calls, when we were talking about the calls, Mr. Matlala never informed me about this. So he is denying that you called him. So is he not being truthful here when he says that?
What I see here is he's saying that he don't have a recollection of that thing happening. He don't recall it. So meaning maybe he might have forgotten that I called him.
No. No, he says this call that it never happened. Let me just find the line. If you look line 20.
Even line 10, I
21.
think. After, okay, 21.
So the first I took you to where he says, I never met with Mr. Matlala to discuss this Nangi thing. So he denies, one, he ever discussed it with you. He denies, two, that you called him. And if you look at 21, he says, this call, it never happened with this discussion. It did not happen.
In fact, also says he did not even hear the discussion in the meeting of the 15th of April.
Yeah.
Maybe because he was drinking whiskey, he was a bit tipsy. I don't know. But I see here he's saying, I do not deny that it didn't happen, but I don't really remember it. So I don't know whether he forgot or something, because he was busy with his whiskey there. But anyway, I didn't tell him on the 15th of April. It was after that.
Let me just clarify. So on the 15th of April, what he's saying is you didn't discuss it. That's a separate point from the call.
Okay, on 15 April, he's saying we did not discuss what?
The Nangi issue.
Okay.
But we'll
Yes,
deal
yeah,
with that. But
yes.
my question to you is, he also says that you never called him to tell him the outcome of your conversation with Mr. Nangi.
Can you go to our chats? Maybe we'll check in our chats.
Well, we can go through your chats, but we see quite a number of calls between you and General Senona, but we obviously won't know what you discuss in the calls.
But he asked me for something, and then he's someone that I take as my big brother. There was no way that I will just leave him in the dark. I explained that to him.
Right.
He knows it very well. So that.
So you did call him,
yes.
and you did explain what your conversation was with Mr.
Yes, I did.
Okay. On the 15th of April issue, you said he was drinking whiskey.
Yes.
And can you just explain to us this? Because I don't know, how long was this meeting?
Not more than an hour.
Not more than an hour.
Yes, I'll say yes.
So I don't know.
An hour max, I'll say.
An hour max. So, and when he was drinking whiskey, where was he?
He was not far from that place is small. He was not far from us.
Right. So he was having his whiskey, and he could hear what the conversation was because it was a small place.
It's a very small place, yes.
So he could hear.
If you want to, yeah, you can hear.
Right. And
In fact, on that, but I don't have the right place now. But where we were earlier, on General Mkhwanazi's testimony at the ad hoc committee, where you were referred to, even though that part was not read, General Mkhwanazi also makes the point you've just made that the space where you were is very small. Even if someone is where the kitchen or kitchenette is and where the dining room area is, where the couches were, he says a person, wherever they were in that space, they were within earshot and they would have heard everything that was being discussed. You confirm that? That's my understanding.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's fine. Thank you. I'm going to leave that topic. In your conversations with General Senona, we see that you share a lot of information. There's another batch of information that he shared with you. I'd like to take you to, and that was around the 13th of April. So if we could just go to file 2. Page 11.
Is it the same file too?
Yeah. Oh,
File 2.
yeah. I wanted to find out whether it's 11 below the yellow tab or 11 above that, because there are two 11s. In fact, there are two of everything.
Oh. Yeah, it's after the yellow tab.
After the all right, thank you.
So that's page 11, and if you see at the bottom of that page, and this is 13 April 2025, there's a document that's sent to you. It's called Annexure SEN3, and then there's another document sent to you at exactly the same time. It's called Memo Biz Traces, and it's Annexure SEN4, and then over the page 12, you'll see another document sent to you, SEN 5. And if you look at the timestamps, they all have 1632. They are literally delivered split seconds apart. So you sent them as one batch, these 3 annexes to General Senona, okay? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is there anything you want to comment on at this point on these annexes before I go there?
I don't, maybe if you can open them.
That's
I
fine.
don't know what it is.
That's fine. So SEN 3 is at page 17 of that bundle. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
This looks like a company search for the Senzo and Tembeka Mkhunu Foundation. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And it has the usual information on it when you do a company search. So why did you send this to General Senona?
This thing is forwarded. I received it from someone else, and then he said I must send it to him.
Who did you receive it from?
From a guy called Kelvin. He's a forensic investigator.
What's Calvin's surname?
Rafadi.
Calvin Rafadi sent it to you.
Yes.
And what did he? And he asked you to send it to General Senona. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he was applying for a job, so he said he wanted to impress General Senona to show him that there's a couple of things that he's busy investigating. So this was one of them. So it's not, I think it's a couple of things that I've sent to General Senona from Kelvin, yes.
Yeah. So he said that these are things that he's investigating and he wants to impress General Senona. So he wants you to forward these things to General Senona, to show General Senona what he's busy with.
Yes, yes.
So that would mean that one of the things he was investigating was the Senzo and Tembeka Mkhunu Foundation.
Yes.
All right. SEN 4 is at page 22. So, and this is a memo, and it's the subject of the memo is the confidential information concerning the honorable identity of the president. And then he includes information and identity numbers of President Cyril Ramaphosa. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So this was also something that Mr. Rafadi was investigating?
Yes.
And do you know anything about this investigation?
No, I was just forwarding these things. I don't know anything about them.
Did you have a look at these documents when he sent it?
I'll just forward. I didn't have time to check documents.
So you didn't read it?
No, I didn't.
And then there should be one more. SEN 5. That's at page 26. And that is a newspaper article. And it concerns reported corruption in the Rustenburg municipality. So I presume your answer here will be also that this is something that Mr. Rafadi was involved in.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I think if you can go to my cell phone, you'll see all of these things are from him. They were just forwarding them.
Okay. So did you read this? You didn't read this either, this document?
I'll just forward it to Mr. Senona.
Okay. And when you forwarded it to General Senona, what did you say to him?
Every time I forward them, I'll tell him that I'm sending you a stuff from Kelvin. But by then he knew that this guy wanted to put. He even applied for the national. Because actually he applied for, what is it? To be head of DPCI nationally. But he thought because of he's not from law enforcement, he didn't have that hope that he will get that opportunity. But he thought maybe if General Senona can get it, because even General Senona applied for that, maybe General Senona can squeeze him to the provincial post, maybe.
So you're saying General Senona had applied for the position of the head of the Hawks, national
Yes.
head,
Yes.
and Mr. Rafadi
He also applied
also applied for head of the Hawks
Yes.
nationally.
Yes.
But he was not confident of his chances of his application succeeding. So he wanted General Senona to assist him with some other position in the Hawks.
Yes. If he gets that position, maybe he can hire, because of what he's doing, maybe he can hire him somewhere.
Okay. And are you close to Mr. Rafadi?
Yes, I am.
What is your relationship? What's the nature of your relationship?
Mr. Rafari actually is someone that I was supposed to hire in my company, but for forensic investigations. But he was furthering his studies, and then I was also helping him to pay for his studies so that at least I know that when I hire him, he'll be an asset. But at some point, he was hired he was a researcher from UJ, I think it's UJ, or VETS, I forgot between the 2 years. But he was a criminal researcher for crime or something there.
Okay.
Yes.
And how did you first meet him?
Calvin.
Yes.
We are from the same, he's from, I know him from a long time ago. Maybe more than 25 years, 30 years. I'm from long time ago.
Okay. And so do you meet him regularly?
Yes, I did.
And do you still meet Mr. Rafadi? Well, not
Unfortunately, I can't.
up until your
Maybe
arrest.
in my dreams, I meet him sometimes, yeah.
Up until your arrest, you had a relationship with
Yes,
him.
yes.
It didn't end at some point.
No, it didn't.
Okay. There's one other issue that arose again in relation to the evidence. I think it was in the ad hoc by General Mkhwanazi, where he says that General Senona said to him that he was involved in some Lesotho project, or there was an interest that you and General Senona had in a project in Lesotho that had to do with security services, and that he was interested in taking up a position in this project or a position in your company, and that he was considering even resigning from the SAPS in order to take up this position. Do you know about this? What's your comment on that?
Yes, I do know about it.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
Yes, it was, I won't say presidential protection because he's prime minister in Lesotho. So I've registered a company in Lesotho for VIP protection for the prime minister. And so I was in negotiations with them to offer security services for the prime minister in Lesotho. Let's just say presidential, same as presidential protection, but because there's a prime minister that side. So that's why General Senona wanted to also come on board.
And what position would he have held if he came on board?
He will choose whatever you want.
Okay. When was this to take place, the project?
The dates are forgot.
Did it? So, do you have the company? Is it up and
The
running?
company have registered it, yes.
Okay. But has General Senona had anything to do with the company since then? I mean, he didn't take, as I understand, he didn't take up this because he decided not to retire and to see
Yes, yeah, that's
see
true.
his service through to the end, and then to take up a position after that. So there's not been any engagement with General Senona and this company, or has there?
Just for clarity, please, can you please repeat that question?
Let me tell you that, let me put it this way. What engagement has General Senona had with this company? Has he done any work for the company? Has he been paid by the company in any way? Has the company provided services to him in any way? Benefits to him in any way?
No, he was not even hired. He was considering to, so there was nothing that happened.
Okay, so nothing further took place on
Yes,
the
nothing.
Lesotho
Yes.
company?
No, nothing.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I've noticed it's 4:15. This for me is a convenient time to take a pause, but I haven't reached the end of my questioning of Mr. Matlala. So we will have to return. I ask that Mr. Matlala remains under subpoena and to return on a date to be agreed. We'd have to discuss it with Ms. van den Heever.
That's in order, Ms. van den Heever, especially if the date is one to be arranged between council.
Now, Chairperson, the date will have to be discussed. The issue is we are now returning
To the
on
trial.
Monday, as you know,
To the
to this trial, and we need to focus on this trial. So I don't know when your last date is. By you, I mean the Commission's last date. But at this point in time, for the foreseeable future, this is where we're going to be busy doing the trial.
Let's just leave it at that for now. We'll see what comes out of the flash, so to speak.
We'll discuss it,
Yes.
Chair, and come to an arrangement.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Matlala, the hearing of your testimony is postponed to a date to be determined. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Yes, Chair.
What's that,